time. There's lots of pages you'd like to redact while you're slipping with the slime. It ain't gonna go away. It ain't gonna go away. Those Epstein files gonna bite your butt, and it ain't gonna go away. You can go to Scotland, you can go play golf, you can go to war today. You can point your finger at everyone else, but it ain't gonna go away. It ain't gonna go away. It ain't gonna go away. Those Epstein files gonna bite your butt, and it ain't gonna go away. We won't stop singing till we see those names in a book we want to read. The victims all deserve that till we root out each bad seed. It ain't gonna go away. It ain't gonna go away. Those Epstein files gonna bite your butt, and it ain't gonna go away. It ain't gonna go away. It ain't gonna go away. Those Epstein files gonna bite your butt, and it ain't gonna go away.
Hey, are you going to sing?
Yeah, but it's not a song. It's my life. It's my life. It's my life. It's my life, whatever I wanna do. It's my life, wherever I wanna go. It's my life, whom I wanna love. Oh, it's my life, whatever I wanna talk. It's my life, wherever I wanna walk. It's my life, whom I wanna live. Oh.
If you live like that, do you know what people think about you?
People think that I'm somewhat mental. They don't know I'm very sentimental. A friend of mine say I'm a best fellow. He don't know the days of this fellow. My teacher scolds me that I neglect education. She don't know I collect real education. My neighbor thinks that I am wasting my time. He don't know that he is wasting his time. My mother sees me and she always bother. My father trusts me and treats like his father.
Hey, what the hell do you think of yourself?
I always search good in bad. I also search bad in good. So I'm a very good bad boy. I'm a very good bad boy. I'm a very good bad boy. I'm a daydreamer. I'm a night worker. I'm a risk taker. I'm a self-famer. I'm a brain eater. I'm a heart stealer. I'm a mind reader. I'm a truth finder. I'm a smart cheater. I'm a painkiller. I'm a good teacher. I'm a perfect learner. I'm a backbencher. I'm a nuisancer. I'm a kid slower. I'm a soul builder. I'm very anger. I know it's very danger. I'm a life driver. I'm a routine changer. I'm a rules breaker. I'll start a new chapter.
Okay. So, what do you want to convey everyone?
Just leave everyone, believe only one. If you don't like anyone, leave alone.
Just leave everyone, believe only one. If you don't like anyone, live alone.
Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la la la. Don't believe me, I'm a true liar.
Do you think you're better off alone? Do you think you're better off alone?
I'm a scat man. I'm a scat Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. Everybody's saying that the scat man stutters but does and never stutter when he sings. But what you don't know, I'm gonna tell you right now, that the stutter and the scat is the same thing. Yo, I'm the scat man. Where's the scat man? I'm the scat man. Why should we be pleasing any politician reasons who would try to change the seasons if they could? The state of the condition insults my intuition and it only makes me crazy and hard like wood. Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, brother, so can you. I'm the scat man. Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. I hear you all ask about the meaning of scat. Well, I'm the professor and all I can tell you is why you're still sleeping, the saints are still weeping, because things you call dead haven't yet had the chance to be born. I'm the scat man. Where's the scat man? I'm the scat man. Repeat after me. It's a Scooby-Dooby melody. I'm the scat man. Sing along with me. It's a Scooby-Dooby melody. Yeah, I'm the scat man. I'm the scat man. I'm the scat man.
Would you like the rest of my sandwich?
I'm not homeless! Hey, come on, grab your stuff. I got us a place to play.
What is it?
Oh, I don't know. It's a place called Dante's or something. And they've only allowed us to do one song, so we gotta make it a good one. Come on.
Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the honey sauce. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce. Don't get that honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it tastes with my chicken wings. Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the butter spread. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the butter spread. To get your butter spread all on me. I don't like the way it mixes with my mac and cheese. Cause when you're at KFC, you got that special sauce to stir my curiosity. Just give me a 5-piece meal, oh what a deal. A big old box, it's all for me. You know I'll take coleslaw on the side. I could tell you wanted to try the potato wedges. Taste the biscuit, taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the honey sauce, Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce. Get your honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it mixes with my chicken wings. Get none of that honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it tastes on my chicken wings. Take us out, Moose.
Taste the biscuit.
Welcome. May I take your order, please?
Hamburger, cheeseburger, 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 Big Mac, Big Mac, Big Mac, Big Mac, Whopper, 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 hamburger, cheeseburger, Big Mac, 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 Whopper, and a side of fries.
Oh yeah, we about to make you jump. Are you ready? Jump everybody, jump everybody, jump, 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 jump everybody, jump, jump everybody, jump, jump everybody, jump, jump everybody, jump everybody, jump, 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 jump,
And you have a yard of your walk of a knock on the rattle and good Jimmy Dulaman, 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 Bina Bitulaman, Bina Buyahela, Dulaman, 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 Parki Dulaman, Bina Buyahela. Rachmechinola is a Dulamakala, Tana Brocadera is a Dulamangela, Dulaman, 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 Bina Bitulaman, Bina Buyahela, Dulaman, 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 Parki Dulaman, Bina Buyahela. Brockabrakatur and Dulmakela, the bar, extra shirt, Dulamangela, Dulaman, 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 Bina Bitulaman, Bina Buyahela, Dulaman, 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 Parki Dulaman, Bina Buyahela, Dulaman, Bina Bitulaman, Bina Buyahela, Dulaman, Bina Bitulaman, Bina Buyahela, Dulaman, 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 Bina Bitulaman, Bina Buyahela, Dulaman, 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 Parki Dulaman, Bina Buyahela, Dulaman, Bina Bitulaman, Bina Buyahela, Dulaman, Bina Bitulaman, Bina Buyahela. And you read nothing out of a corridor, walk away, knock on the rattle and good Jimmy Dulaman, 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 Bina Bitulaman, Bina Buyahela, Dulaman, 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 Parki Dulaman, Bina Buyahela, Dulaman, Bina Bitulaman, Bina Buyahela, Dulaman, Bina Bitulaman, Bina Buyahela, Dulaman, 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 Bina Bitulaman, Bina Buyahela, Dulaman, 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 Parki Dulaman, Bina Buyahela, Dulaman, Bina Bitulaman, Bina Buyahela, Dulaman, Bina Bitulaman, Bina Buyahela.
А в нашого шома зелена шоба, дівки гуляли, шобу порвали, сійовію, сійовію, конопелички, сійовію, сійовію, зеленесеньки. Гей, номо, номо, заплетемо шома, шома заплетемо, гуляти підемо, сійовію, сійовію, конопелички, сійовію, сійовію,
2018, this is the one that should have won. Hell yeah. Welcome back, everybody. Maybe it was too good for Eurovision. Yeah, probably. Not to be a hater, but most of the Eurovision songs are kind of mid. Also, just look up who won in 2018 instead of this song. Just look who did win in 2018 instead of this song. Was it Israel? Yep. Yep. And also their song was terrible. So I took Eurovision seriously for all of 1 year. I don't know if you know. Okay, so if you're American, you might not really know what Eurovision is. And that's because they don't do anything to promote it or tell you about it unless somebody tells you and introduces you to it. Eurovision is kind of a... I don't know. Probably because it's a competition to our other talent shows like American Idol and America's Got Talent and the other ones. It's American Idol for Europe, except the way they do it is different. Every country that participates has a song, and then that's the song they perform. They just perform that same song repeatedly. And so if you have a real banger, that's good. If you have a song that's grating to listen to and you have to listen to it multiple times, you're probably going to hate it by the end. But anyway, I found out about Eurovision in around 2017, 2018, and I was watching some of that one, and I'm like, that song should have won. And the song that did win was terrible. But enough about that. We're back from sunny California. I'll give you a quick rundown of the trip. I'll give you the play-by-play. So we left a few days before. The convention started on Friday and we left on Monday. And then we hung out in LA for a few days with some friends. We saw Mike from PA, we saw Vio, we saw Denims, we saw Petey. It was a good time. Hung out with Solio for a bit, but that was later in the trip. That was when we got to San Diego. So we get down there on Monday, we get there Monday night, we go out and we got some food. It was great. Gotta say, Mike and Vio are very hospitable. They're very, kind and welcoming people. it's kind of wild to see how much they'll get disparaged online because they've only ever been kind to me. Anyway. So I was hanging out with your favorite streamer's favorite streamers. And we hung out around LA for a couple days. Mostly just chilled and chatted and ate food and, you know, nothing too crazy. We went down to San Diego from LA on Wednesday. The drive was fine. It's only about 2 hours. Only about 2 hours. Ate lots of tasty food. If you were to ask me, I like San Diego more than I like LA. In San Diego, it just feels like there's room to breathe. And you know, you're right there on the ocean, and so the air doesn't feel as stagnant as it does in LA. Honestly, the air in LA gets me every time I go out there. I have these tender Midwestern lungs. I'm not used to all of this smog, and so by my reckoning, every breath you take in LA, it feels like you're only capped at like 75% lung capacity. The air just doesn't feel as efficient. And so you could take big deep breaths, but they're never going to be as satisfying as a big deep breath where the fresh air is. And so I really like San Diego because you actually have some fresh air. San Diego was really nice. The weather was lovely. My coworker's from San Francisco, and he always talks about wanting to move back and gets so offended whenever we tell him he should move back. Well, I mean, you're basically telling them, yeah, you should move away. We would be fine with that if you just moved away. I'm not saying that that's what you were saying. What you were saying was probably something more along the lines of, you know what, follow your heart. You know, do what's best for you. You know, if that's where your heart is, if that's where your family is, you should be there. You know, you should be there where your people are. But what he heard was, or she heard, or he, yeah, you said he, okay. But what he heard was, yeah, you should move. Actually, we hate you, by the way. We can't stand you, so yeah, you should move. You should move like 1,500 miles away. That would just be... We would love that for you. This is why it's important to be clear in your communication, because there are a lot of insecure people out there that will take offense to stuff that you don't mean offense by. And it could just be like, we wonder why there's so much interpersonal conflict, and it's because our communication skills suck big, hairy nuts. Just, you know, not to shame anybody who likes to suck big, hairy nuts. More for you. I'm happy for you if you found your thing. If that's your thing. It's probably somebody's thing. Our communication skills could use some work. We make some pretty key mistakes. We assume what the other person is thinking instead of just asking them. We're like, nah, should I bring this up or should I mention this? Oh, I don't know. They'll probably take it this way and they'll probably say this thing. So we make too many assumptions. And we don't seek clarification when it is necessary. it's important to remember just how, you know, try this on. The next time somebody says something and it rubs you the wrong way and it triggers some of your insecurities and it makes you feel like, maybe this person doesn't like me, ask them this question. What did you mean by that exactly? You might be surprised just how many times you were ready to just get hurt because of something somebody said when they actually did not mean what you interpreted. Why can't they just read my mind at the right time? Well, yeah, the reason why we don't want people reading our mind is because intrusive thoughts exist and you don't want people peeping in on you when you're having an intrusive thought. Because that would be weird. Like, whoa, what is this freak thinking about? It's like inviting friends over to your house. It's like, do I let them see the mess, or do I clean up first? I should at least do the dishes. What if they did mean it, but they don't want confrontation, so they just pretend it wasn't that deep when it really was? Well, now it's become too complicated, and so we're gonna walk away from it. Have you ever learned how to play a new game? Have you ever sat down with some friends and they're playing a new board game and they pull out the rule book? They pull out the rule book to the new game and they're like, all right, it's this thick. They're like, okay, let's just go ahead and run through this. There's like 15 different tokens in front of you. There's several decks of cards. There's a time and a place. If you're sitting there high, if you've smoked weed that day, it's a terrible time to learn a new board game. It's probably the worst time to learn a new board game. Anyway, where I was going with all of this is that when things start to get too complicated, you have to take a step back and give some consideration. Do I really want to invest all of the energy? Do I really want to dedicate myself to developing a thorough comprehension of whatever the fuck this is? And sometimes we do that when we feel like it's going to be easy and we overcommit. And I feel like that's why we get so entangled in interpersonal melodrama. Is because we think it's going to be easy. We think we're going to figure it out quickly. Why'd they say that thing? Or why'd they do that thing? Or why'd they look at me that way? Let's try to figure that out. Let's think about why they feel the way they feel about me. Let's try to figure out what their intentions are. We think it's going to be easy. But there's so many variables. This might be a much more complicated equation than you initially think, but sometimes in life, you just want to recognize what it is you're signing up for. Like, do I want to try to figure out this bullshit? Or are sometimes people just crazy? It involves a certain comfort. Yeah, you have to be comfortable with the unknown, is what I'm saying. You have to be okay not knowing everything. Why is it difficult to when someone's in your life all the time? That's why we invented noise-canceling headphones. You ever just want to go away? You ever just want to not have to engage with anything that somebody's saying? Noise canceling headphones. For those of you who share a space with somebody that you can't stand. Especially if they're always trying to start shit with you, because then you can pretend that you just don't hear them. You know, huh? I'm sorry? What was that? Huh? Oh no, I can't hear you. I got the headphones on. And then you put the headphone back on and you walk away. I just point at my headphones and walk off. It's such a power play. It's such a power play. But like, can't hear you. Sorry, headphones. And you know what that is? That's setting a boundary. Now, odds are, because this can be a pretty intense boundary. You know, it can be a pretty strong boundary, but odds are the other boundaries weren't strong enough. And so, what's the psychology behind people who start stuff aggressive/forward? All right. There's a couple different ways we can crack that. Some people like to start stuff where they are aggressive and forward because it's their way of asserting control over a situation. If I can just come in, if I can be the loudest and the most demanding, and I can just be the biggest presence. It's a way of gaining control. Or at least feeling like you have control. Because the funny thing about people is that feeling like we have control feels just as good as actually having control. Now, some people like to start stuff, but they might not be so aggressive and forward. Because we like there to be action. We like things to be happening. And so sometimes we'll have people stir the pot, you know, just to, you know, they're going up to, hey, did you hear what so-and-so said about you? Yeah, they said this about you. Can you believe that? Which, don't get me wrong, I love talking shit. I love talking shit. But there's a time and a place for talking shit. If you find yourself talking shit most of the time, you might just want to think about where your head's at all day. As much as it's nice to talk shit about stuff that you don't like or stuff that bothers you, you have to consider what type of mood that's reinforcing. It's not very easy to just like have a happy, carefree, relaxing day if you've been talking shit all day. It's hard to switch gears in that way. So my recommendation, it's okay to talk shit. We all need to decompress. We all need to vent. But you should also spend time talking about stuff that you like. My friends have told me to shut the fuck up and stop being a contrarian. Well, to be fair, contrarian behavior is incredibly annoying. Oftentimes we do it not because we're trying to be contrarian, but just because we're trying to be more correct. We're trying to direct the conversation to the most correct conclusion. And so we nitpick. And we hyperfixate on the details and the minutiae. Which is again just a way of feeling like you have a sense of control. In your life, in your relationships, in the flow of this conversation. When your friends call you out on stuff, listen to them. It might not be entirely fair, it might not be entirely true, but at least gives you something to think about. How can I take their feedback and turn it into self-improvement? And this is what friends are for. Having friends, a really important part of having friends, outside of just having somebody to do stuff with, is that you have somebody that you can bounce ideas off of. You have somebody that can introduce criticism to you in a fair way that you will take into genuine, because this person knows you, this person trusts you, this person loves you. And so when they offer you feedback, you take it seriously. Lug, thank you for gifting that sub, and GNG, thank you for subscribing during the intro. If a random person on the street calls you an asshole, it's probably not going to be that big of a deal to you, because this person doesn't know you. They don't know who you are. They don't even know your name. They don't know your life. They don't know what you've been through. But if your friend says that you're being an asshole, you should listen to them. Unless your friend was being an asshole first and they're just projecting their own assholeness onto you. Good friends keep you accountable. Absolutely. That's... You want people who will gas you up, but you also want people who will be like, pump the brakes. Also, just take a step back from yourself for a second and think about this. If you are a contrarian, and that's what you contribute to conversations, if you're the, actually, well, yes, but also, actually, well, you're almost correct. In the real, you know, it's, if that's you in a conversation, you just have to take a step back from that and consider what energy you are lending to this interaction. It's like going to a party and everybody's bringing cupcakes and you bring a big steaming plate of horse shit. And so while it's important that things are factually accurate, there are ways to do that without just being like, actually. What if people are into that? People will be into that. There are people that are into that. I've hung out with groups of people where that's all that they do. And you know what? I don't go back to those parties. I like to go to parties where there's banter. I don't like to go to parties where there's just a bunch of, like, polite agreement and, well, yes, but actually... Holy Schmurda, thank you for the 16 months. Anyway, I'm rambling here. I'm rambling here because I took a hit of the vape. I'm still a bit jet lagged from my travels. And so I'm like, you know what? We're gonna hit the vape today. Oh, and we're on a hype train? Okay, that's all it takes to get a hype train started, apparently. Maybe I should turn that up a little bit. Should probably turn that up a little. Jet lagged, you it's what, comma, 2 hours, question mark? It's not about the duration, it's about my size. I am a 6'5" man and I live in a 5'8" man's world. So when I get on an airplane, I'm in a stress position for a number of hours. It's not fun. Also, I'm a big boy, so I get to carry the heavy stuff. I would rather drive because it's easier to just get out and stretch, but, you know. It was only like a 3-hour plane ride, which isn't that bad. Anyway, back to the convention. So we arrive in San Diego on Wednesday, and that was when Sean got there. Sean also arrived on Wednesday. Hawaii Mommy, thank you for the 3 months. A 5'3" female, and I'm the one who complains about a lack of step stools. Isn't it just so interesting, the sheer diversity in people? I find it cool. Other people are afraid of diversity. They're like, oh, people don't look like me. Ooh. But no, I think it's really fun. Just that people come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. It's really neat. I hate it when people look like me. Do you try to fight the mirror? We didn't really stream during the event, but Sean did. Sean went on all sorts of adventures, so that was fun. Sean had a good time. Sean didn't really go to the convention, so he was able to just walk around and stream and stuff. Fell asleep on the beach, got a sunburn. Walked around with a robe and a visor. It was great. Got a bad case of sun poisoning. Took you to the club. Nice. So, Tylius, thank you for subscribing. Thank you. 11 months? Let's go. So this Twitchcon was the first year that I was a partner. And so I got to do partner stuff. But not only did I get to do partner stuff, I got to do partner stuff with all of the fancy people. And so I had VIP access. The funniest thing to me is that when you have VIP access, they just give you a bunch of stuff for free. Food, beverage, all sorts of stuff. The more money you make, the less money you have to spend. It's crazy. I think that's how they sucker people into capitalism. That's how they get you. They're like, oh, you like that? Oh yeah, how about this? That's how they get you. I got a key to a clean bathroom. I got the bathroom that I got to have access to at the convention. It had bottles of mouthwash, like travel size. You could just take a bottle of mouthwash with you. It had shaving kits. It had a Tide pen. It had packages of Q-tips. So I got to go into the fancy lounge where there was food and, you know, like, they had a Red Bull fridge. They also had canned water, which I don't do canned water. I don't know what it is, but drinking water out of a can just feels wrong to me. Water out of a can just does not feel right to me. But no, they had food back there, so not having to like get food. You know, I got to go down and I got to get breakfast sandwiches in the morning, and I got to get coffee and tea, and they had Monster and Red Bull and Coke and canned water. We had access to the private shuttle, so we got to, if we wanted to, we could drive back and forth from the convention in an Escalade. That was kind of cool. Anyone go to Twitchcon? Couldn't make it this year? Oh, I saw somebody there. Went to a picnic. There was a chatter there. Got to hang out with Leftward Ho. So we were at the Problemas picnic. I took a picture there, but I haven't posted it. It's of me standing next to a pink guillotine. Hold on, I'll just show you on my phone. I dressed like a dad the entire time, by the way. Like, that's a fanny pack on. that was fun. That was fun. I didn't spend too much time at the convention. I spent more time out enjoying San Diego. I got to go to the Will Neff Baby No Money party. Did I just show you these pictures from my phone like some sort of grandparent? Oh, look. Oh, wow. Isn't that neat? I'm not even gonna hold it still. I'm like a grandparent on FaceTime. I'm like, hello? Do you see this picture? Can you see it? Was it fun? It was the best party at Twitchcon, and I got in. Not only did we get in, but we got up to the door, and Will Neff came up and was like, they're with me. It's true. I'm out there making moves, meeting people, rubbing elbows. I went to the Twitch partner party, and I just sat there, and I just watched everybody. I was like, I wonder if anybody will come up and make conversation with me. But no, nobody did. Nobody took up the opportunity. Because here's the thing. Here's the tea. When you're hanging out with a bunch of Twitch partners, the crowd tends to lean a bit self-obsessed, self-focused, self-interested. They probably think you're grouchy. Well, that's beside the point. And so I was just kind of taking it all in, just the sheer volume of ego that was present at the partner party. It was like it clogged the air. Am I scary in person? I'm a delight, alright? I hung out with Solio, and what Solio said... Let me tell you, because Solio sent me a sweet message. Loved hanging out with you over the weekend. You are a gem to know, and I'm glad to call you a friend. So, I guess what I was doing at this narcissist convention was trying to one-up all of the other narcissists. I was like, oh, they think they know narcissism? I'm a narcissism expert. I've got them beat at their own game. I'm just gonna sit here and think they don't know what they're missing. They could come up and talk to me. I'm really cool. But here they are just chattering on about whatever. Trying to beat them at their own game. You did once say you have a really low bar for friendship, so it's true. Just be friendly towards me, and I'll be your friend. And I gotta say, not to stroke my own ego too much, I'm a high-value friend. I know my worth. I have a wealth of knowledge in the field of psychology. I'm trained in interpersonal communication and conflict resolution. Also, I could literally help you be a better person. That's a high value friend if, you know what I mean? Like, not to brag. I just know what I bring to the table. A resting bitch face. 'Cause I also got told that at the picnic. I got told that at the picnic. Somebody was like, hey, you have a resting bitch face. I'm like, first off, thank you. I work really hard on it. But also, it was very sunny outside, so I was kind of like, you know, it's sunny, so I'm kind of like... Leftward Ho can vouch. The sun was intense. Is your man cooking and cleaning, right? It's like real men cook and clean. Every real man that I've ever met cooked and cleaned. Every so-called man that I've ever met that was too good for cleaning. Very childish. Pretty good at cleaning, but my cooking is only amateur, and that's totally fine. The word amateur comes from it translates into doing something for the love of doing it. We associate amateur as being bad or being a newcomer, which it could mean, but that's not what it's all about. It's about doing something because you love to do it. And that's one of the best reasons to do anything. There's nothing wrong with being an amateur. Also crazy, who arrived during the first storm we've had in years. Oh yeah, we got there and they had a thunderstorm warning. They have not had a severe thunderstorm warning in LA for like 14 years. And it happened on the day we got there. So we brought the storm. That's what we did. We brought the Midwest with us. Must have been scary for California people. Depends. Depends on where you're at. If you're in like a mudslide area and a heavy rain is gonna like... Because when it's so dry all the time, and then it rains a bunch, the rain just runs across the surface. In LA, the worst part about the rain is that it kicks up all of the dirt, because LA is in the desert, and it's kind of gross. There's just a lot of caked on dirt on everything. Like, the bottom of your shoes turn black. It's nasty. And whenever it rains, it's not enough rain to wash it away, it just kicks it all up, and so now there's just a layer of dirt all over everything. Anyway, it was fine. The rain wasn't all that bad. At least where we were. But anyway, my major gripe with LA is that it smells like pee. I've been to many big cities. I've been to many big cities in the US. LA smells the worst. New York is up there. But it smells bad in a different way. Because in New York, people just pile up their garbage bags on the sidewalk. There will just be piles of garbage, and it stinks. LA is filthy, but the people are beautiful. And I just don't get it. If I'm being honest, I just don't get it. They recently have implemented dumpsters and trash cans in New York like the rest of civilized America. Oh, thank God. Oh, that's good news, because whenever I went, it was kind of gross. Everybody gets there eventually. Yep, you know, some of us, it just takes a little while longer to recognize that trash can actually go in a big container. You can actually take your trash and put it into like a trash can or a dumpster. It doesn't have to just be in a big pile. Real game changer. Trash everywhere and nowhere to put it. That was my New York experience. I walked for blocks with trash. There's piles of trash all over the place, but I'm not here to litter. I'm not here to just throw this bottle away on the sidewalk. I'm not that kind of guy. When you drive around in LA, if you look on the sides of the highways, there's just so much trash. It's just... How could a city full of self-obsessed people get so dirty? I just don't know. Clean your fucking room. LA could be a top city in the entire world if the people who lived there gave a shit about keeping it clean. It's so gross. LA it could be a wonderful city. It could be one of the top cities in the world. But they just treat it so disrespectfully. There's just garbage all over the place. There's no public housing, so it's It's like what it felt like was, have you ever played Cities Skylines? You ever played Cities Skylines and you're just designing a city for the first time and you have no fucking idea what you're doing? That's kind of what LA feels like. New York is probably cleaner than LA. Yeah, probably. Because there's more people out walking around in New York. There's more people using public transit in New York, and so the public areas are a bit more well kept. But in LA, everybody drives, and so there's just garbage everywhere. It's terrible. I have a love-hate relationship with LA. There are things about it I love, there are things about it I hate. But it's just nice to be home. It's nice to be home. Trying to think if there's anything else to bring up about the convention. For me, it was mostly uneventful. I just kind of coasted the whole way through. Now it's just time to see where it goes from here. Alright, we've got some questions in the box. I think I'm ready to get to work. If you have any more questions about the trip, just let me know. Okay, I have one more gripe before we get into it. Launch failure, thank you for the new sub. Hope you had fun at Twitchcon. I had fun in San Diego. Also, my experiences at the convention were fine. My major gripe was I wanted to buy a t-shirt. I wanted to buy a cool t-shirt. Super great for us to meet you at the picnic at TwitchCon. Hey! Nice. The picnic was probably some of the most fun I had meeting people. The picnic was a lot of fun, and I'm glad I went. Had some fun conversations with people. It was a good time. But anyway, my main gripe about the convention was that I wanted to buy a cool t-shirt. But the only thing that they had was just all of this big titty anime nonsense, which, you know, not to disparage anybody who's wearing a big titty anime shirt right now, but it's just not really my thing. And unfortunately, that's what most of the merchandise was. It was just the big titty anime stuff, and I'm just... If that's your thing, that's fine. I'm happy for you. If that's your thing, I'm happy for you. It's not my thing. If you saw me walking around in a big titty anime shirt, you'd be like, huh. Wonder what's going on with him. Hope he's doing alright. This kind of feels like it came out of nowhere. The man's how old? Launch failure, thank you for gifting that sub as well. Thank you. But no, the Gooner energy. The Gooner energy was getting to me because my, you know, I just wanted a shirt that was cool. I wanted a nice, well-made shirt. You know what I mean? And I wanted there to be something cool on it. My bar was pretty low. And I looked all over the convention and all over like the artist alley, and I just didn't find anything I like. Just a lot of Gooner coded stuff. I need to pivot, or I'm gonna be going to full-on hater mode. I need to pivot. The more I'm thinking about just all of the Gooner coded stuff at the convention. I need to pivot away from this. I need to get into the question box because I the downer, you didn't find something cool. There was cool stuff, don't get me wrong. There was cool stuff, but just nothing that was really a fit for me. just a lot of that big titty anime stuff, which, you know, if that's your thing, more power to you. But just make sure to get some fresh air every once in a while. You know, air out the goon cave, clean up the, you know, whatever, pile of the cans. Tidy up a little bit. You know what I mean? I don't know, maybe I'm just getting too old. The foot pads. One of the foot pads on my keyboard came off somehow. Like, where the fuck did that go? Now my keyboard wobbles. Well, that's just terrible. Small piece of rubber I found on the floor a few days ago. Like, where'd this come from? Well, now I know what it was. Might still be around, because I set it aside thinking that it might be something important, and so it might still be around, but for now I found something to just prop my keyboard back up so that it keeps balance. My keyboard was just, every time it was 6-7ing every time I needed to push a button. Let's take a look at the question box. I miss Sabi. Sabi was here today. Sabi was here today. Might even be here right now. I feel ultra mega sad, and not for one reason, but multiple. It's all because I, for the first time ever, went to a bar. Alright, I'm sad. It was after a concert I attended with my classmate on Saturday. I don't know this girl very well, and I feel like I got to see a new side of her, and this is the first reason I'm sad. She was very flirty with the men at the bar, and that was icky because she has a boyfriend. Okay. A guy also told me she made out with someone, but I didn't see it personally, which I'm very glad I didn't see it because it would probably have felt more icky. So I view this girl a bit different now. She's 7 years older than me, so I guess I expected a bit more maturity from her. You would think. You would think, right? That with age comes increased maturity. No, actually. It doesn't work that way at all. You would think, though. It makes sense. But no, actually. Especially considering we had a brief discussion about cheating and how awful it is some hours before. Okay. Alright then, okay. Just out of nowhere, just brought up out of the blue. Who brought it up? Did they bring it up? Now for the second reason, so a guy came up to me and he had been at the same concert as me, and we talked briefly about that. Then he called me authentic and said there was something unique about me, and I'm not stupid, and I know that's his line that he does on, well, no, that he does on people, and he asked my classmates if he could hit on me. Then he bought me a drink without asking if I wanted one. And now I did not want to get hit on by this man. I'm not the kind of person to be like, I'm not interested, you're not my type, sorry, because that feels rude. So this guy came to this table, and I was sat at multiple times, and it was so uncomfortable, and I felt stressed and sad, and my classmate was like, an attractive guy is hitting on you, kiss him. I'm like, not interested. He's not my type at all, and I feel very pressured, and I eventually got out of the situation because I was playing billiards with some other guys. And then he saw that and left. This made me very uncomfortable, and when I think about it, I still feel uncomfortable. So this guy talked to somebody else and got the go-ahead. They're like, oh yeah, sure, she'll be into you. But, so... You know, it's not unusual that friends will try to set you up with other people because they want you to find somebody. They think that'll make you happy, you know, they think it'll be fun and you can all hang out together. But you also need to respect your friends' boundaries. You know, you were at a bar, it's to be expected that maybe somebody will come up and flirt with you. And if you're not interested, feel free to let them know sooner rather than later. If you want people to know what your boundaries are, you have to show them what your boundaries are. Because they don't know what your boundaries are. They don't know what will make you comfortable and what will not make you comfortable because they're just basing their idea of what your boundaries are on what their idea of boundaries are. If they would be comfortable with somebody coming up to them at a bar and hitting on them and giving them a drink and making out with them, they would assume that that would be okay for you too. And so, was your friend trying to make you uncomfortable? I don't think so. I think your friend was just trying to do what would be comfortable for them. Which just kind of shows that they don't really know you that well as a person. Now for the third reason, this other guy I met, he was kind and cool and stuff. I'm like kind of in a nervous energy while at this bar because of this previous situation. Actually, these things happen in between each other. And I keep up some weird talkative energy. I would call it little sister energy. He calls me blonde twice that night and he said, not in the hair color way. Okay, but he was like kind enough in general. So he was politely insulting your intelligence. Sometimes we have to gauge banter or insult. So we finish billiards, me and this guy and his friend, and the bar closes. My classmate is with 3 or 4 dodgy, strange guys. For example, one of the guys she was with made a weird comment about this billiards guy wanting to have sex with me, and he did some air hump thing right in front of me. This is the first time you've ever been to a bar. First time you've ever been to a bar. This is pretty much it. This is pretty much it. It's people drinking and acting in strange ways. Congratulations. You've seen what it's like at a bar. If you're not anti-bar, you know, there are nicer bars. There are cooler bars where it's not people, like, air humping. But this sounds more like the air humping hookup kind of bar. Air humping in 2025. He did it right in front of me, and it's awkward. And anyways, my classmate and these guys, they were like, we should get a cab together. And I'm like, no. So I stand near the billiards guy and I ask him if he could help me find a bus home, which he does, but he ends up following me home on the bus. And I told him, hey, you don't have to do that since you don't even live nearby. And he's like, it's fine, I'll do it. So I sit with him and some random guy who was at the bar, and it made me so anxious. And when I'm anxious, I get talkative. So I spent the whole bus ride and whole time at the bar, sort of just being very ADHD. He told me I definitely had it. Men these days have zero game. I don't know what's in the water, I don't know what's happening to these Gen Z kids, but they have absolutely zero fucking game. It's crazy. He walks me home from the bus, and now he has to take those e-scooter things in the pouring rain to get home because he told me, yeah, that was the last bus. And you know, this whole time I was like wondering if he was gonna make a move or something, which he didn't do. But since he didn't make a move, I thought, wow, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with me then if you're like, I'll walk you home, and then he just leaves? Like, sure, that's very gentleman, but also made me feel ugly. Then how do you win? How do you win here? Either somebody comes and follows you home and then tries to make a move and you're made to feel uncomfortable, or they don't and then you're made to feel ugly. So how do you win? No? It sounds like he just wanted to be a nice guy. Nice guys do exist. They can be hard to spot sometimes because sometimes not so nice guys will employ the tactics of nice guys to try to get closer to people. Anyway, if you see him later, just be like, hey, thank you for walking me home the other day. Which is probably how I made that guy who hit on me at the bar feel when I led him on. Oh no, that didn't happen. That didn't happen because when you do that to a guy, they don't normally internalize it to that degree. They blame you instead. Men don't internalize rejection. They blame the person rejecting them. Also, you didn't lead anybody on because you were just having a conversation with somebody that you went to the same concert to. That's a normal human interaction. Hey, I saw you at the concert. Did you have fun? I thought it was great. And then you could talk about your shared experience. That's called being human. That's not leading anybody on. Leading somebody on would be like, you know, intentionally misleading somebody. It would be doing it for the wrong reasons. It would be going up to the bar and flirting with people so that they buy you free drinks, you know, so it's... You were having a normal social interaction with somebody. So basically, my classmate is a cheater, I'm bad at turning people down. I'm also bad at rejection, and that was my first and hopefully only experience at a bar. I also had to hug an old bald man. That's the worst part. That's the worst part right there. It's not Saturday anymore, so I should just leave this in the past, but I can't stop thinking about this. It was your first bar experience. You've got a lot to process. Isn't it normal that a first-time experience in an unfamiliar setting will give you something to think about for at least a few days? People cheating, having to reject someone, feeling rejected, is this what bars are like? Or is it because I only went with one other person and not a group? I think if you went with some actual friends, people who actually know you. This person was just a classmate, they don't really know you. They made some assumptions about what you would be into that you weren't really into. Going out and having fun with a group of friends, people that you know, that can be a lot of fun. But you went out with a person who's basically a stranger to you, and they had expectations of what it was that you would find fun, and they were wrong. I feel ugly now, and I feel like people aren't who they... Okay. Why would you feel ugly? You had multiple people show interest in you. You weren't interested back, but people were showing interest in you. So why do you feel ugly? I think it's more likely that you were in an uncomfortable situation and you were feeling anxious, and when you're in an uncomfortable situation feeling anxious, our insecurities come to the surface. I feel like people aren't who you think they are. Well, that can be true, but also you didn't really know these people to begin with. I feel like I'm a bad person. I feel like I just want to die. That's the stress and anxiety talking. Did you stab anybody? Did you throw any glasses? Did you break a bottle over the countertop and then shank somebody with it? If no, then it probably went okay. You know, nobody got hurt. Bars aren't everybody's thing. Some people are really into it, some people are really not into it. I myself, I'm more in the latter. I don't really care for them either. The whole song and dance. So I think it's fair to show yourself some grace here and not assume the worst possible outcome or assume the worst possible intention for everything that happened. You know, I would say try to spend some time with people that you actually know, doing stuff you actually like. You know, bars kind of suck. Hanging out with a bunch of rowdy, drunk people just isn't really that fun. For me. Maybe it is for you. But it's not really my thing. I don't know about you, but the more likely somebody is to puke and piss their pants, the less I want to hang out with them. Don't form ideas around first-time experiences. I agree. We tend to have an anchoring bias. Meaning that we stick with whatever that first bit of information is on a new thing. And so if you go to a new restaurant and it makes you sick, or the food is terrible, you might never try that style of food again. You're like, oh yeah, I had Mexican food for the first time and it made me very sick. You might never try Mexican food again. Or it might be a very long time before it, you know, until the memory fades. Then you forget that feeling of being sick. The association kind of fades away. Hey guys, it's me, Emily Schmurda. Wanted to share some good news. Me and my BF of almost 6 years got married this past Sunday. Well, congratulations. Congratulations. Got married this past Sunday in a prayer garden by a Catholic church. We both wore cowboy boots and jeans, and it was just us, my son, my in-laws, and my husband's little brother. It was last minute, and I couldn't have asked for a better moment to make it official. We're doing a mini ceremony next December in Vegas with my parents and friends, and it'll be part of our honeymoon. Next stop, moving out of his parents' house before February. Congratulations. Also, I appreciate the cowboy aesthetic. Can I get a yee-haw? Can I get a yee-haw? I can't do a full yee-haw, it would blow out my microphone. But I will tell you that when Casey and I went to the Dolly Parton Stampede, and we got called down to compete in one of the events in the arena, I like to think that it was because I had the loudest yeehaw in the arena. I was hooting and hollering. Just yeehawing full blast into the stadium. They liked the enthusiasm. At least that's what I think. I can't prove it. But congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Schmurda. Welcome back. How was the trip? What was the best part? I like the city of San Diego. Every time I go to San Diego, it's nice. The weather's nice. It's beautiful. You're right there by the ocean. My favorite part of these types of events is always meeting people from the internet and hanging out with friends. That's always the best part. For me, the convention and the parties and all of that, that's all secondary. I just like the people, you know? I thought about going to the zoo, but the San Diego Zoo, the admission price is ridiculous. I have an essay due in 2 weeks and I'm worried about my English. You have to write the essay in English? Program I'm taking is all English. I'm sure you'll be fine. Your English is better than most native speakers' English. Also, you're friends with some native English speakers. I'm sure somebody would love to proofread it. Not too sure if I want to go to TwitchCon next year because of what happened to Emiru and others. Yeah. Yeah, I hear ya. I just... call me crazy. Maybe it's just my Midwestern sensibilities. But I feel like if somebody assaults somebody in that way, they should be immediately apprehended. Maybe that's just my Kansas City ass, because that's what would happen around here. You would have several people coming in to, like, subdue the person. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just California. Everybody's like, oh no, oh my god, oh no. He needs to be banned, kick him out of the event immediately. I'm like, no, I would hold him until the police got there. I don't know why. Well, because apparently that happened before, and somebody got held until the police came, and then they banned the bodyguard? They banned the security who did that? I'm like, this doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Like, you, especially when you already have some of your big creators talking about how they don't feel safe at the event, and then you have something like that happen. I'm like, I'm just glad that nothing worse happened. I'm like, if you're Twitch and you have some of your biggest creators saying that they don't feel safe coming to your convention, you need to be doing everything within your power to remedy that. You need to be rolling out the red carpet. The vibes at the convention were just kind of off this year. And I couldn't find a good t-shirt. Terrible. Looked all over the place. Looked up and down that convention. Could not find a t-shirt that I liked. I also think the general crowd, it was very, okay, just being honest, it was a very gooner-coded event. I feel like there was a lot of catering to the gooners. I wanted to go to the San Diego... I thought about going to the San Diego Zoo. Look at these prices. $66 for a child. $76 for an adult. What the fuck? Imagine you have a 3-year-old child and you want to take them to the San Diego Zoo. Imagine having to cough up $66 so that your 3-year-old, who isn't even going to remember going to the zoo, can get into the zoo. And on the value days, you save a whopping $4. Sorry to be ignorant, but can you define gooner in this context, or any context? Alright, so I use the word gooner as such. I use the word gooner to somebody, to describe someone whose primary hobby is cranking their hog. I'm talking about people who have like big titty anime posters all over the walls, and there's just, you know, it's just, that to me is gooner. Like, you don't go outside, you don't have very many friends, you just, you know, you're just... You got all sorts of like plastic figures of characters, just like, you know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff. just priced Six Flags, and that zoo is much more. It's like 60. Okay, that's crazy. I went to the San Diego Zoo a few years ago with Casey, and it was only like $50, I think. So the prices have gone up, I'm pretty sure. You know, like going to the zoo, all the animals approach me. That would make it even better. I don't get it. But no, anyway, that's crazy, right? Especially, I don't get why the child tickets have to be so expensive. That's what I don't get. Like, who in their right mind is paying $66 so that their 3-year-old can go into the zoo? That's just insanity. I've followed a streamer for nearly 2 years. A very chill, quiet, older guy with a real love for astronomy. I'd say he was nearly Mr. Rogers level, just genuine and chill kind of guy. He popped up on an unscheduled time, was distraught, letting anyone who showed up know that this was his last stream. Tears, obviously upset. It was sad to see him go. Makes me wonder what's going on. I'm about to go to prison. It has really stuck with me for the last week. I was trying to put it together with the recent parasocial content here in this stream and getting a handle on things. I wouldn't have thought it would have affected me so much, but it really has been a cloud hanging over my head. Not looking for a real answer, just letting it out. Maybe adding to the parasocial relationship conversation? I thought this audience would understand because my real-life social connections have no idea why I got bothered. Thanks, have a great day. I think the only reason why your real-life social connections don't get it is because you have to explain it in terms that they understand. Like if they like football and their favorite football player were to go to a different team or were to quit playing, they would probably feel some type of way about it. Or if their favorite actor left the show that they've been watching. Because these types of dynamics exist all over the place, but for some reason, whenever it's on the internet, people think it's weird. But it happens all over the place. It happens all the time. You know, you can develop a fondness for a person that you haven't met. It's not an inherently bad thing. Especially if you do have real life social connections. The problem with parasocial connections is when they are your only connections. because they're one-sided connections, and we need two-sided connections. We need connections that have a back and forth. We need there to be some interplay. My Gooner cousin has an AI girlfriend, which is hilarious because that kid is gay AF. He lives in the South, and I'm sure he won't get out of the closet for a few years. Yeah, that's another good way to understand Gooners. It's like whenever you see like an advertisement for an AI girlfriend, and you're like, now who is this for? It's for the Gooners. Like, why are they building sex robots that look like real people? It's the Gooners. Anyway, not to allow the Gooners to distract me from this question. You know, if there's somebody that you like, if there's somebody that you connect with, if there's somebody that you think, you know what, they're pretty cool, and then out of nowhere they have to just like disappear and you see them upset, that should make you feel something, because you're a human being. To feel nothing would be kind of weird, right? You see, I feel like it would be more weird to not feel anything, especially if this is somebody that you've felt some sort of like comfort or some sort of, inspiration from this person, and then you just out of nowhere see them upset and they're like, I'm going away forever. That would make you feel something because you're a human being. Robin, thank you for the 13 months. Seeing your comfort person upset hits deep. It's true. It's true. So yeah, it makes perfect sense to me why you would be bothered by this, and it also makes sense why your friends wouldn't understand it. You just need to put it in words that they can relate to. Whatever it is that they're interested in. If they're into sports, it'd be like your favorite sports person, like you saw them get injured, or they had to, they got traded to a different team or something. It happens all over the place. But whenever things happen within the context of internet, people can still be a little bit like, a little bit apprehensive. That's weird. It's on computer. That's strange. I don't understand computer. No. The same thing's happening to everybody. Hi, Papa. I was wondering if you had advice on a bit of social anxiety. I've noticed that a lot of times when I talk with strangers, I feel like I'm reacting rather than taking the time to think about what they're actually saying. I smile and laugh, but it's just my anxiety. Sometimes it feels like I don't have a backbone when I talk to people, and my anxiety tends to make me speak more agreeably, even when my opinions differ. Perhaps I just want to be able to express myself more freely without feeling like I need to curl inwards. Any suggestions? Yes. You don't want to be open and honest and real with just anybody that you meet. And so if you find yourself in situations, especially when they're people that you don't really know all that well, it's just good strategy to just be agreeable and to smile and to nod. That's interesting. There will be people in your life where you will let the walls down, where you will be more open and honest and vulnerable. And it's important to have those people in your life, but it should not be everyone that you meet. And so if you're out and you're smiling and you're laughing, then from an outside perspective, it looks like you're successful. It looks like you're doing well. Doing these types of pleasantries in social settings, it's not especially fulfilling because it's not very deep, it's not very satisfying. But it's just a part of what you do because you don't want to be a grump. Because you don't want to shut people off. You don't want to shut people out. Coworker told me they think Hollywood's demonic, and I just responded with, "Oh wow, that's interesting." Also, I agree. It's a gross industry full of nepotism and abuse. They weren't wrong, is what... They weren't wrong. Anyway, let's talk about socializing real quick. What you're doing is you're testing the waters with people. You're being polite, you're being agreeable, you're smiling, you're laughing, and that's your way of figuring out, who do I want to spend more time with? Who do I want to get to know better? You're just testing. This is just a trial run to see whether or not this is somebody I want to learn more about, somebody I want to show more investment in, somebody I want to ask some questions. And it's totally fine. This part of socializing, it might not be especially fulfilling, but it's still an important part of socializing. It's you figuring out, who is it that I want to invest in emotionally? Do I want to talk to somebody who has a lot in common with me? Do I want to talk to somebody who has nothing in common with me? I need to figure out what our mutual interests are. This is just a natural part of how relationships grow and build. And so if you're not feeling satisfied because this is how conversations go, that's okay, because these aren't true, genuine, deep conversations. Those will come in time if those relationships are ones that you choose to nurture. Also, what you will probably come to find is that just smiling and nodding will get you through like 90% of social encounters. Because most people just want to get it out. Most people just want to feel heard. I can't tell you how many, and this is a confession on my part, I can't tell you how many times I've just been like, yeah, that makes sense. It's like, I had no idea what you said. I kind of faded out, if I'm being honest. Nothing to add on my end. Makes sense to me. You're not going to have life-changing conversations with everybody you meet. This is how you help to find those people. And so this part of socializing, it's not especially fulfilling or fun, but it's an important part of how you figure out who do I want to really get to know, and who do I want to allow to get to know me. It's like a social screening process. It's true. Or it's like you're panning for gold and you're trying to get all of the, you know, you're looking for the shiny stuff. And you gotta kind of sift it around a little bit. It's just the cowboy hat. It's making me go with pioneer-y type references, I fear. Hi, Papa. I'm so glad you and Casey made it home from San Diego in one piece. Sean also made it home in one piece. Sean also made it home in one piece, by the way. Curious that you chose to leave Sean out willingly and intentionally. That's very curious. I'll be sure to let him know. I'm joking. I'm joking. Not me just realizing all the times people screened me out. Oh, that's fine. They just don't know what they're missing. That's how I cope. That's how I cope. They just don't know what they're missing. I bring a lot to the table as a friend. A lot of charm and wit. I had a question for how to handle a situation where I need to be gentle with someone. All right, I got you. I'm a trans woman, but I pass very well, and the only people who know I am trans are my close friends. Well, recently, a mutual friend who I had not met recently trying to read the sentence correctly. Well, recently, a mutual friend who I had not met recently expressed. Okay, I feel like that was correct. Expressed interest of some sort in me, and one of the first things they told me was that they are bisexual. What I think they are trying to do was assure me that they are an LGBT ally/community member in a positive way, but how it came off to me is that it felt like they were hoping to assuage any fears I may have of any masculine parts of me being attractive or not. You don't know that. You don't know what their intentions were. Maybe, you know, that's kind of... We're kind of getting a little too far ahead. If we want to know what somebody meant or what their intentions were, we just have to ask. Hey, what did you mean by that? Or maybe they were just telling you about themselves. Maybe they just wanted to share that with you. I totally understand why a trans person would feel a heightened sense of guardedness, especially in modern times. And so I get that. I understand. It's reasonable to be suspicious of what people's intentions are. And so I think when it comes to something like this, just try to assume the simplest possible explanation instead of overthinking it. why would somebody tell us that they're bisexual? Maybe they just wanted us to know that they are bisexual. Maybe they think that we think that bisexuality is cool, and they'll think that we're cool when there are so many other explanations for why they wanted to disclose that. We don't have to, jump towards feeling like, we don't have to overassume what their intentions are. But the way to find out is to talk to them about it. The problem is, I'm fully transitioned. I have done just about as much as I can do, both internally and externally, to finally become my true self. There is nothing about me that I considered manly, so I am trying to see the positive and overlook the negative and convince myself that I am overthinking it. I highly think that this is just an overthinking. So if you think you're overthinking, I agree with you. I think that you are overthinking. If that's what you think, I agree. Is this something I should bring up? I don't want to hurt their feelings or make them feel bad, but it really felt like they didn't see me as just a woman. I don't think that they view you in any type of masculine way. I don't think that to be true. I think that you, on the other hand, might have worry that people would perceive you that way, or that people would interpret you that way. Because as you've said, you've put a lot of time, a lot of work, a lot of effort into being your true self, and the last thing that you would want is for somebody to misinterpret who you are. Of overthinking today so far. People love to overthink. There's a lot more overthinking than there is underthinking, if you ask me. If you're feeling anxious, you're probably overthinking. Can you ever think of a time where you were anxious and you were thinking clearly? Can you ever think of a time when you were anxious and you weren't thinking at all? The thing about anxiety is that it either makes you overthink or it makes you kind of shut down and not think anything. So if you're feeling anxious, you are very rarely thinking clearly. I would just have a conversation with this person, like, just to explore what their thoughts are and what their motives are. Don't worry, I'm bi is definitely a thing that feels not great, though, if both parties are otherwise heteronormative presenting. Well, we also need to keep in consideration that other people can be awkward too. Because I don't know. It just feels awkward to me. This is just my opinion here. It feels awkward to me when one of the first things that somebody says to you upon like meeting them or hanging out with them is, so this is who I like to have sex with. Like, oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know. go ahead and I'll take note. I'll update the dossier. Don't worry is interesting to me. No, they just understand that most straight men are pigs, and so they're trying to ease your comfort by like, hey, don't worry. Don't worry, I'm cool. That's how I feel whenever someone tells me their crush. Does this happen often? And do you remind them that they should not be coming to HR with their interpersonal relationships? This isn't what HR is here for? Anyway, if you want to know what this person was thinking, just ask them what they were thinking. So the other day you said this thing, I was just curious what you meant exactly. Or maybe they're just awkward, because people can be awkward. Try not to assume malice when something can be understood by ignorance. You know, was this person trying to be weird, or were they just being awkward? Are they just kind of ignorant? This will probably... Is this going to be biphobic of me to say? It might be. If it is, feel free to cancel me. I just feel like this might not be the last awkward conversation you have with a bisexual person. I've had conversations with bisexual people, and I've noticed they do like to bring it up sometimes. They do like to find a way to weasel it into a conversation. I'm like, oh, okay, good to know. Maybe they're into you. Well, the thing is, I'm a married man, so I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about who you like to be with, as long as it's a consenting adult. I personally think it's a little bit presumptive to go up to somebody and tell them who it is you like to have sex with, because great, now I'm imagining you having sex, and that's kind of weird. Why would you do that to me? I just met you. Like, do you just try to put pictures in my head? I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. An icebreaker. Yeah, it's an icebreaker. Like, hi, my name's Jim. I work in sales. I'm pansexual. Anyway. We've got some questions in the box. Let's get back to it. Hi, Papa. I have a small question. I have a boyfriend who is in his first real relationship, but I feel like he doesn't think about me enough, or at least he doesn't know how to show it to me. Ah. This would be rare to see in a first relationship. Somebody who is thoughtful and considerate and knows what it is you're looking for. This is where good communication comes into play. If you're in a relationship with somebody and you feel like your needs aren't being met, you need to let them know. You need to talk about it so that changes can be made. Because otherwise, if you're just sitting around waiting for them to figure it out on their own, nothing's ever going to happen and you're just going to grow resentful. We've been together for almost a year and he's never given me flowers. I ended up asking him for some in September and he forgot. He always forgets everything I ask him for. Well, then that's a bit more of an issue. Just not knowing, we can work with that. If it's just a not knowing thing, we can work with that. But if you have asked, if you have communicated, and there's still no follow-up, that's a problem. I've asked him to write me notes or something so I can save them, or anything, I don't know. For example, I always write him things, I give him gifts, I invite him to lunch, dinner, and that stuff. He loves me and listens to me, he always tells me so, but I don't know. Well, it's not just in the words, it's in the actions. It's also in how you feel. I spoke to him today because I was really sick yesterday and he didn't come to see me. He told me that those things don't occur to him. He was sad all day, but I don't know, I was too. Okay. I just want to speak to that real quick. This is a sign of immaturity that you'll commonly see. You'll commonly see this. This is a immaturity thing where you tell somebody in a relationship like, hey, this thing happened and it hurt my feelings. Like, hey, I was sick and you didn't come in to see me. What's that all about? And then they make it about them instead. Like, oh my God, I'm such a failure. I'm so sad. I can't believe I've let you down. Oh my good, oh, I don't know if you'll ever forgive me. It's just something you want to be mindful of. It's something you want to keep an eye out for. Whenever you try to bring up a concern, and then they make it about them, like, boo-hoo. I'm just such a baddie. Oh no, I can't do anything right. Oh, boo-hoo. You're gonna leave me, just like everybody leaves me. Like, get out of here with the pity party. I'm not materialistic. I value everything. And it doesn't, I wasn't getting materialistic from this. You weren't asking for anything that even really costed money. You know? You just wanted some affection. You just wanted to know that he cares. You just wanted to feel like he's thinking about you. Instead of just thinking about Battlefield 6 and Monster Energy. UFC or something. I don't know what men think about. Chopping wood? If he made me a YouTube playlist, I'd be very happy, but he doesn't do anything on his own initiative. I love him and he loves me too, but I feel like he doesn't know how to show it. This is something that you'll see pretty commonly in immature or younger people. You know, it's just they don't understand that the little stuff matters most. You know, it's not in the grand gestures, it's not in all of that, it's in the consistency, and it's in the letting them know that you're thinking about them, and letting them know that you care about them. Because you know, you love him, and he says he loves you, but it doesn't sound like you necessarily feel the love that you're seeking. This reminds me how shitting dating was in my 20s. This is something you'll see pretty commonly in your 20s. Like, this is just something that, you know, you're looking for a level of maturity that you might not always be able to find in people of that, you know, level of life experience. Now, there are exceptions. You will find some true gems, but I don't feel like this is a problem that couldn't be fixed. This is definitely a problem that could be fixed. But it's only going to be fixed if we have good communication. And so you got to let him know. You got to let him know, like, also, if he wants to act sad and throw the pity party whenever you talk to him, it is what it is. But if there's certain things that you're looking for in a relationship, you have to express those needs. You know, you're gonna find yourself very unhappy in relationships if you're just sitting around waiting for your partner to read your mind. This is his first real relationship? Yep. That's where the inexperience comes into play. And so there's definitely some learning to do. And so hopefully he's willing and eager to learn how to be a better boyfriend. You know, just let him know that it's in the feeling, you know? You want to feel like he's thinking about you. You want to feel like he cares. You want to feel like, you know, just in the small stuff throughout the day. The sad reality is that he might be undervaluing himself too much to be able to value others yet. True. It's going to be a learning process. You know, everybody, you know, nobody's perfect in their early relationships. It takes learning, it takes growth. Relationships take work. So find somebody where it's worth it to do the work. How could you disparage big titty anime nonsense at Twitchcon? I am outraged. You know, not to stroke my own ego too much, but I just feel like I have too much self-respect. You know, I'm not trying to yuck anybody's yum. It's just not really my thing. If I were to walk around Missouri wearing a big titty anime shirt, I would get some looks, alright? You know, maybe I'm just Maybe I'm just a Midwestern boy. Maybe I just don't get it. You like anime? I'm not anti-anime. I'm not anti-anime, but I am anti-dehumanization of women. I am anti-objectification of women. That's what I am. And that's what you get a lot of. It just feels like women being reduced down to a sex object, and it's just gross. So I'm not anti-anime, I'm just anti, you know, I'm just anti. I'm anti-gooner. I'm an anti-gooner. Anime can be great, but unfortunately Japan is a very misogynistic country, so of course that seeps in. Japan also caters to the gooners, which I feel like, and this is my opinion, I feel like that's just a mistake. That's just a mistake to capitulate to the gooners. That's just sexually repressed society, but not really. It's right. It's kind of baffling. The state of limbo. Sexually repressed, but also some of the, you know, they have more options than anywhere in the world. I want to change myself. And to this end, I want to understand how I emotionally react in certain situations. An example that is a recurring issue is my default instinct to avoid my problems. It's something I want to change because right now people are getting kidnapped. Although I am a citizen and I officially have rights, ICE has been flagrantly disregarding those rights every day. Why do we avoid problems? We avoid problems because problems feel like danger. And danger means harm. Danger means death. We avoid those things in order to keep ourselves safe. But in reality, avoiding our problems normally just makes them worse. You know, if you have a strange pain in your chest, it's probably good to get that checked out sooner rather than later. If you have something growing, if there's a mold that's growing in your bathroom, avoiding it isn't going to make it go away. And so avoiding problems most often makes problems worse. the same time, I know the end goal of this abuse is to erode the First Amendment. Yeah, I think they're trying to do some fascism. They're trying to do a little bit of fascism, because what do empires in decline love to do? Fascism. America is a dying empire, and dying empires love fascism. It's a way to try to maintain a sense of relevancy and control. If they want to brand me an Antifa terrorist for my words, it is what it is. That boy's anti-American. No, I actually love America. I love America as an idea. What I don't love is all of the fucked up stuff that our government is doing and has done. Including stuff they're doing right now. The Founding Fathers blessed me with the privilege of being able to criticize the government, and so if you have a problem with that, maybe you're the problem. I don't know who I'm talking to, some hypothetical person who would disagree with me. Coming from a Puerto Rican family, it's easy to see how we'll eventually be next on the chopping block. Most mainlanders don't even know we're US citizens. That's true. That's why so many people are upset about Bad Bunny performing at the Super Bowl. Well, he's not even American. It's like he's Puerto Rican. That's part of America. Honestly, keep pushing for Puerto Rican statehood. I don't feel like any region should be an American territory. What the fuck does that even mean? Like, no, you should be a state with equal rights of all of the other states. Should either have statehood or independence. I don't understand this whole, like, territory thing. Like, what the fuck is up with this imperialistic bullshit? Either let them be free and let them be sovereign, or give them all of the rights and privileges of any other territory. Or maybe I'm just stupid. Although I understand this reality, I feel like I'm failing to meet the moment with the urgency it demands. In parallel, historic moments, pre-Civil War slave catchers, Gestapo, these unjust kidnappings were not stopped peacefully. People are being not so peaceful right now, but you're not going to really hear about it. Because they don't like to promote or televise those types of things, because they're afraid that it's gonna make more people do it. Our country just had one of the largest protests in its entire history. So people are pissed off, and they're gonna try to keep distracting us. But it ain't gonna go away. It ain't gonna go away. I'm incredibly frustrated with myself because I feel like my fear is stopping me. I see where the escalations are pointing to, and it's important for me to act now before it's too late. With all of this in mind, I also know I have a lot of growing to do. Right now, I feel like a nobody. I feel like a level 1 character who's cowering from the bosses. I don't know who I need to be right now. I don't want to die. Maybe a few years ago I didn't mind either way, but I just learned how to enjoy living. Thanks for reading my text wall. What you need is some solidarity. Because you aren't the only one who's running around out there as a level 1 character who's ready to go up against the boss. You need to form a party. I started joining in my local orgs. Turns out we're all awkward and nice, and it was so amazing to meet everyone. I want to say something real quick. Look how big my hands look when I hold them like this. Huge. I just want to say something real quick. It wasn't about the hands. It was something else. Have you ever thought about how it might not be your fault that you're so afraid? Has it ever occurred to you that the reason why it might feel so difficult to get out there, to meet people, to organize is because they want you to be afraid to do it? Have you ever thought about maybe how this isn't a you problem? They want you to be scared. They want you to feel powerless. They've put a lot of time and effort and money into making you feel that way so that they can continue to reign over us. We have the power. We vastly outnumber them. But they want us to feel weak. Just like in a bug's life. With the grasshoppers and the ants. Like, sure, one little ant can't take down a grasshopper, but if all the ants work together, the grasshoppers don't stand a chance. And so if you ever feel like things are impossible, or they're meaningless, or why even bother, it's because they want you to feel that way. So don't give them what they're looking for. I would encourage you, if you are feeling scared, to find people in your community, local organizations, or even keep it simple, just get to know your neighbors. Just talk to the people who live around you. Because I can guarantee a lot of them are having the same fears, a lot of the same worries. We're gonna win this thing, and we're gonna do it together. And so we need to start connecting. Not to get too conspiratorial or not to get too tinfoil hat, but you can understand why it's made to feel so difficult. The people who have control, the people who have influence, the people who hold all the capital, they want you to feel weak. They want you to feel disconnected. They want you to feel powerless so that you don't try. Because if we all get together and we all try, we will win. And so what I can guarantee is that once you start looking, you will find people within your community who are much more like-minded than you ever thought. And you will see that other people are having the same thoughts and the same worries that I am, and together we're gonna make it through. It's still gonna be scary, but it'll also help you to have hope. Yo, what if I want to not support Coca-Cola, but I want Coca-Cola, and the world is owned by big bad companies and I feel guilty for buying the Coke and Cola, but I still do it? What you're describing is cognitive dissonance. I'm doing this thing and it feels bad and it goes against my morals, but I'm gonna do it anyway because it tastes good. Num 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 num. I've been thinking about this the true crime / hypervigilance has kind of led to its own pipeline. I know so many people that are terrified of their neighbors or going out because they're addicted to the police scanner groups, etc. You know, spiffy. Not to get too tinfoil hat, but I'm glad that you see what I'm putting down here. A lot of our media algorithms are designed to make us more isolated, more anxious, more fearful. Like, why do you think people are so addicted to true crime? Do you think true crime's gonna make you excited to go outside? Fuck no. Like, true crime just teaches you about all of the different ways in which you can meet dismemberment and torture and death. Like, uh-oh, world's a scary, dangerous place. Hey. Can we talk about cognitive dissonance a little, because it's a big word? Oh no, I got you. Cognitive dissonance is when you have two conflicting beliefs at the same time. And it can happen for any number of things, but this is a good example of it. You think that Coca-Cola as a company is evil, but you think also that Coca-Cola as a beverage is tasty. And so even though Coca-Cola as a corporation is evil, you still drink Coca-Cola because it's tasty. Cognitive dissonance can be applied to just about anything. It can be applied to how you think about yourself, how you think about other people, you know, any number of things. Because our brain is complicated. It's capable of holding on to two beliefs at the same time, even if those beliefs don't agree with one another. I'm a kind person. I try my best to be a good person. I'm also a big, terrible, awful piece of shit. You know, that's cognitive dissonance. It's kind of like an internal disagreement. Also, going back to what we were saying earlier, I feel like true crime addiction fuels anxiety. Everybody that I've ever met that was obsessed with true crime was also one of the most anxious people of all time. I feel like people really get hooked into it because, in a way, it almost gives you a sense of control over the anxiety. It can help you to feel like you have a sense of control over that fear, because you're participating with it in a controlled way. You know, it's just a podcast. It's not going to hurt me. But it's important to recognize what it's doing underneath all that. It's teaching you that the world is a very scary, dangerous place, and that if you don't want to be, you know, stuffed into a barrel and buried behind someone's shed, then you should probably just stay inside forever. Not to come after any true crime addicts out there, but it's important to recognize when the media that you consume is fueling your anxiety. Questioner, as far as your beverage choices, I would just, I don't know, try to find something else. So if you buy the occasional drink, it's not the end of the world. If you buy the occasional drink, it's, you know, it's a drop in the bucket. Just try your best to be a good person, alright? We all have to exist under capitalism, and there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. So don't worry about being perfect. Just try your best to be a good person. I know I can get lost in the sauce, but without the sauce, I feel lost. How can I remedy this? You don't need the sauce. You don't need the sauce. The only thing the sauce is doing is lowering your inhibitions. It's just bringing out that which was already there. And you can do that on your own. So release your inhibitions, feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you. Only you can let it in. No one else can speak the words on your lips. Trace yourself in words unspoken. Live your life with arms wide open. Today is where your book begins, and the rest, it's still unwritten. So, have you tried living, laughing, and loving? That's a good place to start. Is seasonal depression really necessary? Well, consider it a rest period. Let's try to look at who is listening to the Red Hot Chili Peppers out there? They need to turn that shit down. Hold on, I need to go tell them to turn down the Red Hot Chili Peppers because I can't focus, even if I'm hearing it faintly in the distance. I need to tell them to go turn that shit down. Don't mind me, just being a boomer. Anyway, seasonal depression, we'll talk about it here in just a second. I've got a lot to say. Hold on. Wait. Maybe they turned it down. Maybe they turned it down. Alright. So, here's the thing about seasonal depression. It's normal to have a flow in your life where you will have periods of higher energy, higher engagement. You might be doing more stuff. You might be working on projects. You might be hanging out with friends. And then you might have times where it's like, you know what? I think I'm just going to chill. I'm just going to watch some TV. I'm going to catch up on this book I've been trying to read. I'm going to tackle my Steam backlog. You know, we have the ebb and flow of our energy level, of our mood. And this is natural to have that ebb and flow over the span of a year. And so for many people, the colder winter months tend to invite a period of lower energy. You kind of might withdraw a little bit. Things might move a little more slowly. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Now, some people have it opposite. Some people have their seasonal depression during the summer. They get that summertime sadness. Some people love the winter. But no matter which type of person you are, you probably still have that ebb and flow throughout the year. Seasonal depression becomes very frustrating to deal with when you're trying to take yourself to that higher level, but you're at a lower level. And so you kind of just need to learn to work with it rather than trying to work against it. You know, just recognize that this is going to be a period where I might be a little more withdrawn, things might move a little bit more slowly, but that doesn't have to be a bad thing. It doesn't have to be a defeat. It doesn't mean that I'm a failure because I'm not go, 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 go every single day. It's also nice that there can be some variety over the span of the year. There can be those times where, you know, maybe I'm going out more and I'm spending more time with friends and I'm doing stuff outside. And then there can be some times where it's like, you know what, I'm just going to stay in. I'm going to watch a movie. I'm going to have some soup. I'm going to play some video games. And so my suggestion for anybody who has seasonal depression, try to work with it rather than against it. Try to treat it as a rest period. You will come out of it. You've always come out of it. I find it's much more smooth to just go with it. I always force myself to hang out with friends. Do you feel that it helps? Because I feel like I'm on the fence there. I feel like I'm on the fence with that one. I can understand where forcing yourself to hang out with friends is a good thing because maybe you've been withdrawn, maybe you need to get back out there, maybe you need to remind yourself that people actually do like you and want to spend time with you. So sometimes you need to give yourself a little bit of a push. And so I can see where that would be necessary and I can see where that would be helpful. But I also feel like forcing yourself to do something can also potentially backfire. Like, let's say you're going through a bit of a depressive period and you're like, I need to go out and I need to hang out with my friends. And then you go out and you hang out with your friends and you just don't really have a good time. Maybe you're just kind of like somber and melancholic about the whole thing. You run the risk of things backfiring. You're like, oh great, I hung out with my friends and I didn't have any fun. Are they even really my friends? Do they ever actually care about me? Have they ever actually liked me? And so I feel like either way, it's important to just think about what your needs are and how to best meet those needs. Because there are going to be times where you need some friends around you and you might not want to hang out with them. And then there are going to be times where maybe it's best that you just have some time alone. Maybe that's just what you need right now. And so just take it day by day and just figure out what is it that I need right now. Because it will change. It will change. Because the last thing you want to do is treat yourself the same exact way every single day. Your needs are going to be shifting. Personally, it's a good tell that I'm feeling isolated when I try avoiding going out with comfort friends. Yeah, it's a good sign. It's a good sign. It's like, something's going on here. I'm withdrawing. I'm turning down invites. Either way, you know, just try to treat yourself kindly. Make sure to take some time with the people that care about you. You know, as far as, you asked, is seasonal depression really necessary? You know, thinking about it in that light, is it really necessary? What are some potential biological or evolutionary benefits to having a seasonal depressive period? You know, like maybe biologically it's like, hey, the snow is out, the winter is here, maybe we don't need you out gallivanting, you know, maybe it's best that we just keep it low key and just chill for a while. But I think it's important to have some downtime. And so that's what I try to look at it as. I try to look at it as some downtime. This is a rest period. You know, it's cold, the days are shorter, there's not as much sun. So I'm just gonna, you know, try to invite the cozy. Salient, thank you for the subscription. Also, Dirt or Bust, thank you for the subscription a few minutes ago. Swear to God, Twitch has stopped showing your channel on my live follow channel's sidebar. Well, it's because I'm the realist. I'm the realist. I'm just too real. OPV, thank you for the 22. Anyway, seasonal depression for me used to be way worse. I used to just hate the holiday season. It was just terrible. It was just so glum and miserable. But I've changed my relationship with it. And part of what really helped me to do that was just to treat it like downtime. You know? Hang out with my friends when I can. You know, show love to the people that you love. But it's also okay to just kind of take it easy. Just kind of slow things down a little bit. Catch up on your TV shows. It's kind of funny that white people's ancestors stayed in the dark so much we literally turned translucent. It's true. I love a cave. I love just sitting in a cave. You know, it's scary outside, so why would I go out there? Anyway, seasonal depression as a topic, that's something that we're gonna get more into here in probably pretty soon, because it's time. It's getting to be there. We're getting there. We are going to talk about it. We're going to do a presentation. We're going to talk about how to reframe it. Is being addicted to sadness a real thing? Well, yeah, just like Gautier said in his one-hit smash single, Somebody That I Used to Know, you can get addicted to a certain kind of sadness. And so why is that? It's because we feel like it's the truth. We can get addicted to feeling like we know what is objectively true and real. And sadness can provide you with that. You can get addicted to that feeling of being correct. Even if it's not correct, it gives you the illusion of correctness. What's the difference between it and depression? I don't understand the psychology behind it, but I also feel that thinking sad equals bad, so get rid of sad is oversimplifying it. Oh. That's not what it's about. It's not about getting rid of sad. Also, sad, if you are feeling sad, it's important to feel it, because that's how you actually get through it. But if you're just trying to get rid of it and not think about it, then it just ends up getting worse, doesn't it? It just ends up hurting more. It just ends up bleeding out into other areas of your life. It just makes you short-tempered and irritable, and yeah, it doesn't take you anywhere good. Depression and sadness are not the same thing. A lot of people operate under the assumption that when you're depressed, you're just really, really sad. That's what a lot of people view depression as. It's just like, oh, you're really sad. But that is not true. And this is also why a lot of people can be depressed without actually realizing that they are depressed. Because they're like, well, I couldn't be depressed. I'm not sad about anything. I'm just numb about everything. And nothing feels good anymore. And the things that used to bring me joy no longer bring me joy. And I'm also incapable of feeling any pleasure. OPV, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you. I gotta fight to get back to 300. Went offline for a week. You went offline for a week. You went to the Twitch convention. And your sub count shrank. I'm gonna set it back to 300 because that's what I try to hit. Try to hit that 300. OPV, thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you, thank you. Your support is appreciated. Sometimes depression convinces you the way you are seeing things in it are more accurate than those under the delusion of contentedness and happiness. See, now you're cooking. Now you're cooking. Depression alters the way that you think. It makes you forget that happiness exists. When you're depressed, it's kind of like your emotional expression gets flattened out. And so you can't even imagine what it's like to feel happy. And so you look out and you see other people that are happy and you're like, they're kidding themselves. They're just deluding themselves. They're lying to themselves. That can't be real. But it is real. Happiness does exist. Love does exist. It's just that when you're depressed, you are literally incapable of even imagining what it would feel like. And that's why you feel like it doesn't exist. And that's why people get stuck in it, is because it's self-reinforcing. You know that certain sense of satisfaction you get when you're able to be like, see, I told you so. See, I was right. See, I was correct. Yeah, I knew. I told you. That, to me, is part of why depression and sadness are things that people really get stuck in. Because if you're depressed or you're really sad, and then things go as you expected them to, it reinforces itself. It makes itself stronger. Like, oh, see, I was right. I was right. I was right to feel that way. And so when it comes to getting out of a depression, what you need to remember is that you have to believe that things can get better. And you have to understand that things will get better than you can even imagine. Depression doesn't need help either. It doesn't fight fair. It's true. It's true. It's like getting sucked down into a pool of mud. You're getting pulled into this mud and you're like, I guess this is okay. I guess I'll just try to get comfortable in it. We can make this work. Human beings are incredible creatures, and we're always trying to make the best of a bad situation. That is a strength, but it can also sometimes be a little bit of a double-edged sword. The fact that we're always trying to make the best of a bad situation, that is a strength on paper. but you can also imagine how we might find ourselves in situations that are less than ideal, or maybe we're in some downright bad situations and we try to make the best of it anyways. Like, oh. And so you can see that our adaptability can also be a part of the reason why we get stuck. And so I think it's just, you should always be looking for what you can do to make things just a little bit better. Just a little bit better. Just a little step in the right direction. Because it's with all of those small little steps that you'll actually get to where you're trying to go. So if you are depressed, I would encourage you to heed my words because I feel like I have cracked the code. Take it from me, nobody was more depressed than I was. Trained psychologist, familiar with all of the routines and all of the methods. Still depressed anyway. Had to figure it out on his own. What does this even mean? Let's take a look. What does this even mean? Hey. Shh. Who are you barking at? Who are you barking at? Who do you work for? Hold on, I'm gonna get this dog out of the room. Hold on. Let me get this dog out of here. My therapist said, "Don't wrestle the pig. You'll both get muddy, and only the pig will enjoy it. It may have altered my brain chemistry." And the question was, what does that even mean? Well, what they're talking about is playing stupid games with stupid people. They're only doing it because they enjoy it, and if you're gonna play their game, and so the analogy here is that if you lower yourself down to another person's level, sorry, these dogs are still barking and I can't hear myself think. There's another common phrase that kind of captures the same energy, and so maybe this will help it to make sense. Don't argue with idiots, because they will drag you down to their level and then beat you with experience. And so you could apply this to dealing with narcissistic people, dealing with, emotionally manipulated people. It's like they're going to try to upset you. They're going to try to get you to fight with you. Or to fight with them. They're going to try to make you upset. They're going to try to get under your skin. They're going to try to do all of these things to get your energy and to get your attention. So don't do it, because it's only for their benefit. They're the only ones getting any enjoyment out of it. They will also claim victory when you walk away in frustration. You better run! You better run! Yeah, that's right. You couldn't handle this smoke. You better run. Yeah, so this is like getting into an argument in the comment section with an idiot. It's like clearly they're just looking for validation, they're just looking for engagement, and they're doing that by trying to upset people. And so don't play their game. That's the whole point of this. Don't play their game unless you're willing to get dirty. To engage in an argument is to give up your peace. You work hard to maintain your peace, so don't just throw it away for the first fool that comes up to you and asks you to throw it away. How hard do you fight to maintain your peace? Just a question. Just on average, what would you say? How hard do you fight to maintain your peace? I don't know about you, but I fight to maintain my peace every goddamn day. This is a daily task for me. Sometimes multiple times a day. There's always somebody or something or someone or, some strange sound that's just trying to piss me off. And so, how hard do you fight to maintain your peace? It's important to remember that the reason why we fight in the first place is so that we can have peace. So just try to be mindful of the moments when you are taking yourself off of that throne of peace, just so you can get your hands dirty. Put that demon dog back in here? I kicked her out because she was barking. You brought her back in? The exorcism wasn't strong enough, it didn't take. Someone who can't watch horror movies, as I once watched The Woman in Black at the cinema, and had an out-of-body experience and ended up in a hospital and was then told by doctors that it's probably best to avoid them, would you agree that as it gets close to Halloween, would you agree cinemas should agree? Okay, hold on. Beaver's here. Beaver has arrived. Beaver? Got a code orange. Got a code orange. Got a code orange. This is serious. This is not a drill. B.O.B. has landed. B.O.B. has landed. All right, Beaver. Beaver wanted to be here for this question. Beaver wanted to be here for this question. Thank you, Beaver. I appreciate your support. He says he's ready to push buttons randomly. That's how he helps. Beaver, you're not a DJ. You're a co-host. You can't just be pushing buttons randomly. All right, let's pick back up where we left off. Would you agree that as it gets close to Halloween, would you agree cinemas should agree to have at least one screen that doesn't show horror for people like me to feel safer during October? And if no, why not? Sorry for the essay. First off, no apologies. That's... When you apologize, you get bonked. Because this is a no apology zone. Also, I've got a big orange cat head in the way, and okay. I can't see through your head, Beaver. There's stuff behind your head on the screen that I needed to click. I'm sorry I had to move your head. I'm sorry if that upset you. He's just flapping his tail around like he's... You mad? Nope. That's not bad. He's not mad at all. You are getting fluffy, dude. His winter coat is coming in. He's getting fluffy. Oh, Beaver. Your winter coat, it's coming in. You're so luscious. Look at that floof. Okay, first off, okay, let's look. Hold on. I need to see what's playing in theaters right now. Beaver, get your fat head off of my F keys. I'm just looking at what movies are playing right now, and they're not all horror movies. So, here's what I think. Here's what I think, and if this comes across as me being insensitive, that's because it is. I feel like if we have an issue with horror movies, then the answer is not society needs to show less horror movies. I feel like if the problem that we're having is within us, it's not up to everybody else to cater to that need. And so I think we need to look inside ourselves and ask ourselves, what can we do to either protect ourselves or desensitize ourselves to the thing that is triggering to us? I think this is, I also just want to, this is me speculating. I'm going to speculate. I feel if you had watched a scary movie at home, that it would have been a different experience than if you had watched it in the theater. Because sometimes being out in public, you know, that's outside of our comfort zone, that's outside of where we normally feel safest, and so we might be a bit more vulnerable to scary stuff. Every time I see a scary movie, it's always way scarier in the theater. But at home, it's always just kind of like, eh. And so it's important to consider that just the fact that you're outside of your home, just the fact that you're outside of where you would normally consider your safest space to be, can have an effect on how you perceive that movie. You know, it's kind of like being at a concert. It's much more real. It's much more, you know, you feel it a lot more intensely than if you're just watching a video of a concert at home on your TV. You know, actually being there, being out in public, being a part of the experience, that could potentially lead us to feeling a little bit more vulnerable. Who was that? That was Atticus. He was trying to get out of the room. He came in here with Casey and he didn't want to hang out with just me, apparently. He's probably getting hungry, which is what it is. You fed him? Oh yeah, I need to go to the store and get them some more dry. I'm not saying that you need to go out and watch the scariest movies ever, but you should at least be able to enjoy something that gives you a little bit of a thrill. Because it doesn't have to be overwhelming, it doesn't have to, you know, cause this out-of-body experience. It can actually be kind of fun to get a little bit of that adrenaline. I'm 28. Am I too young to write and potentially publish my memoirs, or could I do it as a series? If you want to write, write. If you want to write, do it. Just don't expect that anybody's going to want to read it. And I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm just saying, Do you know anybody that reads anymore? If I wrote a book, I would be flattered if one person read it. You know what I mean? So I feel like if you're gonna write, you need to go into it with the right mindset. If I'm gonna write, I need to do this for me. And if anybody reads it, that's a bonus. But I feel like if you write something with the expectation that a bunch of people are gonna read it, a bunch of people are gonna love it, it's gonna be universally regarded, it's gonna be New York Times bestseller, which it could be. That's pretty much like, isn't like every time I see a book, I'm like, oh hey, another New York Times bestseller. It's like, is that every book? I don't know. I don't know how it works. And so if you want to write, then write. But do it for you, not for anybody else. And if anybody ends up reading what you wrote, and if people end up liking what you wrote, and people want to celebrate what you wrote, and you're able to be successful and accomplished because of these things that you wrote, even better. That's all just icing on the cake. But if you're gonna write, it's gotta be because you want to write. So are you too young to write it? No, go for it. Do it now while the memory is still fresh. But you haven't even written anything yet. It's not time to think about publishing when you haven't even written anything. You know? So I would just write for the sake of loving writing, and then see where that goes from here. Written stuff for myself that other people found, and it was very embarrassing, even though they were nice about it. I feel like when it comes to feelings of embarrassment, I feel like a lot of times it's just unnecessary self-damage. Unless you were writing some, like... We're not talking about goofy, like, erotic fan fiction writings, are we? Because that might be a little embarrassing, not to judge anybody. When I say goofy, I mean literally goofy, like, gosh. They didn't find your goofy erotica, did they? Because that would have been very embarrassing. It was not erotica? Well, then you've got nothing to worry about. You know what most people think when they see somebody else's writings? Oh, cool, they write. That's normally about it. That's the beginning and the end. You know, maybe you get lucky and they're like, oh, cool, maybe I'll read it. Anyway, I love that people write shit down, because not everybody likes to do it. But there are definitely things that need to be written down. And so I'm glad that there are people that like to write stuff down. Okay, let's take a look at this question. They're asking us about synchronicity. What are your thoughts on synchronicity? Is it a topic taken seriously and worth looking into? Well, here's the thing. We're gonna, for the sake of this conversation, we're gonna take it seriously. This was a term that was introduced, or it was a concept introduced by Carl Jung. Carl Jung was the protege of Sigmund Freud. He was the founder of analytical psychology. The easiest way to describe it would be it's all about analysis. Synchronicity describes events that coincide in time and they appear to be meaningfully related, but they don't actually have any sort of causal connection. Jung held that this was a healthy function of the mind, although it can become harmful within psychosis, which I agree with. Because, I'll give you an example. Let's say that, you go outside and you sneeze, and in that moment of you sneezing, lightning strikes in the distance and you hear a boom of thunder. And so, in your mind, it might be like, oh shit, what a coincidence. I have so much power. And it's just fun, it's a little humorous joke. It's just something, it's just kind of, it's nothing serious. But if you have like active psychosis, this could feed into delusions, be like, I have mystical powers. I control nature. And so, it's... for the most part, it's just coincidence. They did a study in 2016 and it found that 70% of therapists agreed that these types of experiences could be useful for therapy. Now, how could they be useful for therapy? I'll give you an example. Let's say that you were doing therapy and you were talking about social anxiety. And you were talking to your therapist about just getting out there and meeting people. And so you have this conversation and then you go out and you talk to somebody and you know what? It goes great. It goes great. And then maybe that person that you're talking to says something that reminds you of something that your therapist talked about earlier that day. And so maybe you hear the same words that someone else used earlier that day, and it just all kind of clicks together and it becomes one of those full circle moments. Those can feel nice. They give a sense of narrative. They give a sense of flow. They give a sense of meaning to life. And so they're not a necessarily bad thing unless you're actively psychotic, in which case they could lead you to some problems. And so, as a topic, should it be taken seriously? Yeah, because according to the 2016 study, 70% of therapists found that they could be useful for therapy. This could also lead to things like magical thinking or beliefs in the paranormal. Which, in my opinion, believing in the paranormal is fine until you're actually interfering with somebody getting proper treatment. I'm all down for paranormal stuff until it comes down to like oh yeah, we just need to juice cleanse. That'll get all the tumors out. You just need to fast. You just need to only drink prune juice for 3 days and you'll be good as new. I'm like, that's where they get me. That's where they get when we're starting to get into like the you know what I mean. You're actually causing people harm with your belief systems. So long as it's just for fun, you know, aliens, ghosts, Bigfoot, like who gives a shit? It's fun. And so you can kind of see like this is similar to synchronicity. It's like it's fine to believe something unless it's hurting you. You know, so if you have a day where there are just these moments of serendipity, things feel like they're happening at the right place at the right time, you're having these full circle moments, that's okay. If it feels good, just allow it to feel good. The opposite is when you stub your toe while burning your eggs, which leads to you deciding to not go out that day. It's just one of those days. Part of the reason why this happens is because once something has happened during the day, we notice when it happens again. Our brains are wired to form patterns. And so if you feel like you're having a bad day, all of the things that happened to you that day that were negative or like an inconvenience or just, you know, all of the bad stuff really sticks out to you because that's what you're primed to see that day. Where if you wake up and it's gonna be like, this is gonna be a great day, you'll see everything in that day that adds to the meaningfulness of that day. And the things that take away from that day don't matter as much. So, where I'm going with all this is that our brains are wired to see patterns. Whatever starts that pattern tends to be the thing that we pick up on. And so if you wake up and you feel like today's going to be a great day, it's going to probably be a great day. Because you're going to notice, you know, the sun is shining, it feels nice on my face, the birds are chirping, they're so cute. Look at that flower, or look at the leaves changing colors. You're going to be wired for that. That's going to be the pattern that you're kind of playing off of. Whereas conversely, if you wake up and you're like, it's just one of those days where you don't want to wake up, everybody sucks, everything is fucked. And you're just looking for something to break. So just think about what your pattern is that day, and maybe it's a time to start a new day. Maybe it's 2:30 in the afternoon. It's, yeah, a new day can start at any time, so. Where am I going with all of this? I guess I would just say, be mindful of the pattern that you're in, and you can change that pattern at any time. And so if you feel like you're stuck in a self-destructive, self-pitying pattern, you can change that. You can change that right now if you wanted to. It's just one of those days. Jung was actually pretty cool. He studied all sorts of cool stuff. I also like Jung because he's not afraid to get a little bit more far out there. A lot of psychologists, a lot of these famous, you know, psychological researchers, they take it very seriously. It's all science, you know, nothing that we can't see or observe. That's the only way you can be science. But there's a lot of cool stuff that happens underneath the surface that traditional psychologists would throw out because you can't see it or measure it. Our normal, everyday consciousness leaves out more than it takes in. You know, everything that we perceive, it's just what our senses tell us exists. All of the nerve endings in our skin, our eyeballs, our nose. It's feeding us all of this information and it's painting a picture. But there are things that exist outside of that range of information. You know, we've invented devices that can detect things like X-rays and gamma rays and ultraviolet light. And so, your own perception of yourself, your own understanding of who you are and what consciousness is, just try to keep that in mind. That if we're not wired to perceive it, it might as well not exist to us. Weird when hard science wants to impose absolutes on psychological research, but that's like saying just a regular engineer can work on a quantum computer. You know, that's a good insight. That's a good example. Because I feel like, okay, if you're unfamiliar with the history of psychology, I will breeze right through it real quick. The study of psychology was originally founded by a guy by the name of William James. He started the first school of psychology. William James was actually pretty based, and he actually had some pretty interesting ideas, and he had some pretty interesting theories that were, you know, taken from studies from, you know, across the globe. An effort to understand the human psyche. What is it that's going on up here? What is consciousness? You know, why do humans do what they do? And that was kind of where psychology got its start, was with that mindset. It was almost more of a philosophy. They also didn't shy away from like otherworldly or even mystical explanations for things, because it was, you know, anything goes. We're trying to figure it out, so let's see what everybody has said. Let's put all of the facts down on the table and see what we come up with. And then from there, you get figures like Sigmund Freud, you know, who came up with the idea of psychoanalysis. You know, you can sit down with a person and you can explore the psyche. And we developed an understanding that there are things that go on in your mind that are underneath the surface. The subconscious. The things that happen without you having to think about them. The things that are repressed. Carl Jung, who we were just talking about with the idea of synchronicity, he was the student of Sigmund Freud. And there were some things that they had disagreements about. But anyway, not long after that, you started seeing psychology becoming more and more popular as a field of research, and what they wanted to do to be taken more seriously as a hard science is they started focusing on just the things that you can observe and measure. If you can't observe it and measure it, then it's not science. And so that's where you get the behaviorists. But if you ask me, the real fun of psychology exists in that space of things that you cannot see nor measure. They are beyond words. It's inexpressible. Got some more questions in the box. Let's keep it going. I need to stop dilly-dallying. I've got questions to answer. Hi. I can see how doom scrolling would make your anxiety go up, but I wonder if the simple fact of zombie scrolling might also give you anxiety. I noticed I do scroll on social media for no real reason, and even though I avoid negative stuff, I just have the feeling that my anxiety goes up. Could that zombie scrolling mess with your brain? I just catch myself doing it all the time for no reason, and I wonder if that messes with the dopamine or whatever. All right. I'm going to break it down to you, and I'm going to break it down to you real quick. Or maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. Now, think about yourself as if you were an ancient ancestor of yourself, okay? I want you to think like you were living in a hut, out in the plains or in the forest or in a cave, whatever you want. Maybe it's a treehouse. I don't give a shit. You live outside, pretty much. And part of what you do every day is you go outside and you look for food. Berries, little leaves, maybe some mushrooms, some nuts, who knows? Whatever you can find that you want to eat. Now, these ancestors of ours, whenever they would go out and they would search for stuff, every time they found something that was good, something that they could eat, they got a little bit of dopamine. It was that reward chemical. And so it makes you want to do that behavior more because it aids in your survival. That's why we get so hooked on dopamine, is because it makes us feel like this is necessary for me to survive. And so, what's happening whenever you're zombie scrolling? Zombie scrolling being when you're just scrolling through stuff, but you're not even reading what's going. You're just going through the motion. What this is kind of like your ancestor digging through bushes, trying to find a berry. The reason why you're doing it is because you're looking for that hit of dopamine. That hit of dopamine makes you feel like you're doing the right thing. You are aiding in your survival. And so that's why it's so addictive. That's why we get so caught up into it, is because it hijacks the part of our brain that helps us to keep ourselves alive. Is it kind of like gambling? It kind of is. Dopamine definitely plays a big role in gambling. I feel like in the coming years, we will hopefully have a firmer understanding of just how damaging this style of content and social media has been, because a lot of this stuff is designed in such a way to be as addictive to you as possible. Every social media platform puts effort and research and a whole lot of money into figuring out how to get you to spend more time on their platform. That's their whole business, is to get you to use it as often as possible. And the way that they do that is by taking advantage of how our brains operate. And so your brain is craving dopamine because it wants to feel rewarded, it wants to feel successful and accomplished. Go out and find it. Try to not get your dopamine from your phone. Try to go get it out in real life. It's the difference between your ancestor going out and finding a berry or just looking at a picture of a berry. Social media as it exists right now is basically a content slot machine. You just keep cycling through, just keep spinning until I get that dopamine hit. So go outside, live life. Go try new things, go meet people, go have fun. It's like you're hungry and you need food. And social media is just like looking at pictures of food. It doesn't actually fulfill the need, but it tricks the brain into thinking that you're fulfilling the need. I stood next to some mega loud speakers for 1 whole hour and I can hear a ringing in my ear and I'm really scared of permanent hearing damage. You'll probably be just fine. Just 1 hour, you're at a concert, you'll be okay. You're probably going to be just fine. Will going to an ear doctor be good? Can they even do anything? Not really, that's the thing. Because your ears are still ringing. What you've learned, though, is if I'm going to go to where there are mega loud speakers and if I'm going to have to stand next to them, I should bring earplugs, even if people are going to think that I'm weird. But that's what I do. If I'm going to go somewhere where it's going to be really, really loud, I'm like, I'm bringing earplugs. Like, I'm not young and restless anymore. I can't just risk permanently damaging my hearing. Honestly, though, you'll probably be just fine. You'll probably be just fine. The same thing happened to me whenever I went to my first concert because I was also standing next to the speakers and my ears were ringing for a little while afterwards. But you'll be okay. Just don't do it again. And if you have to, wear your protection. Like, I went to a concert in my 20s. I was in college. It was a trance, like, EDM thing. And it was so loud, my ears were fucked. The next time I went, I wore earplugs. You're gonna be just fine. Just remember, there are people who do this all the time, and there are people who do this all the time, and their hearing is really bad. But thankfully, your hearing is probably not permanently damaged just from this one time, but I would encourage you to just protect your hearing in future cases. Maybe to make you feel better, people in chat could share their experiences because this has probably happened to them as well. It happened to me the first time I went to a concert. I was right next to the speakers. And my ears were ringing. But don't worry, it'll be alright. The ringing will fade. You've just learned an important lesson in why it's so important to take care of your hearing. Hearing damage, OPV brought up an important point that hearing damage is typically something that builds up over time. And so just having one occasion of this happening, it's unlikely that you're going to have any type of, major permanent damage. I would just say, just in the future, do your best to protect your ears. I don't like this reality check, not gonna lie. You're gonna have to speak up, I can't hear you. No, the reality is, your hearing is important, so protect it. And it's nice that our body gives us reminders, such as making our ears ring, so that we do what we need to do to protect ourselves. This is your body reminding you of the importance of protecting your hearing. You know what's more important than hearing? Cats. You're not wrong. I think sometimes in school they'll use scare tactics to say once a frequency it's lost, it's gone. Oh yeah, that's some horse shit. They're like, oh yeah, when you hear the ringing in your ear, that's you losing the ability to ever hear that specific tone ever again. It's like, it's actually a lie. Anyway, your ears are going to be okay. Just take good care of them. And if you're ever going to go to anything really loud, like a concert or a race car track, or you're going to go shooting off guns, just make sure to wear ear protection. Hey, I haven't been to the dentist in over 5 years. I'm pretty anxious. Do you have any tips? The sooner you get it out of the way, the better. The sooner you get it out of the way, the better, because the longer it goes, the more anxious it's going to be. I haven't been in 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 8 years, 9 years, 10 years. You can imagine how the anxiety would just compound on itself, and it would just get way worse the longer it's been. GNG has some good advice. The dentist is gonna floss for you, and if you haven't flossed in 5 years, it's going to really hurt whenever they floss you at the dentist. And so it's good advice to floss yourself for at least a week or two leading up to the dentist so that it doesn't hurt as bad. Also, do you think they let people wear hats? Sure. My hair is thinning because of HRT, and I'm a little embarrassed of it, even though it's not very noticeable. They're not there to look at your hair. They're there to look at your teeth and gums. You should be fine wearing a hat. I don't see why it would be a problem. It shouldn't get in the way of them doing stuff inside your mouth. It should be okay. you know, just imagine the weight that will be lifted off of you after you are finished at the dentist. Part of where we set ourselves back is we like to think about all of the difficulty and all of the challenge and all of the work that goes into something, but we can sometimes have a harder time thinking about the potential payoff of that work. And so just think about the relief that you'll feel having been in to see the dentist. Because if there's anything that needs the attention of a dentist in your mouth, the sooner they know, the better. The sooner they know, the better. It's important, you know, I would also say it's good self-care. You know, you deserve good dental hygiene. You deserve to have a healthy mouth. There, I said it. I have shit teeth. I want all of them out, TBH. Some people do have teeth that are more prone to getting cavities, or, you know, some people have teeth that are more prone to, you know, lasting for a long time. So sometimes you just get dealt the short end of the stick. Sometimes you get dealt a shit hand. But either way, just try to take good care of your mouth. You have to drag me there and I have to be unconscious? Alright. If you're really worried about going to the dentist, get yourself a water pick. Give yourself a nice deep cleaning at home with one of those water picks. If you can get more comfortable with the idea of like cleaning the inside of your mouth and like cleaning out your gums and stuff, if you can be more comfortable doing that on yourself, then it'll get easier the idea of having to go to a dentist to do it. Or maybe it's just a German thing. Maybe the Germans are just notoriously firm in their dental approach. I don't know. The dental Kraftwerk. It's a depression thing, Lamau. Has the less depressed version of you been to the dentist? Like, let's imagine a less depressed version of you a few months in the future. Does that version of you have went to the dentist, checked off the to-do list? Probably. Hate to break it to you, but it sounds like going to the dentist might help your depression. Biggest enemy is me. Anyway, water picks are pretty clutch. Water picks are pretty clutch. These things can do pretty good work, you know? It's got a little water pick thing on it and it sprays water and it's You can get a pretty good cleaning on your teeth at home. Which reminds me, I have mine up in the closet in the bathroom. I need to get it out. It's time. If it hurts to floss, that means you need to floss more. Because the reason why it hurts is because your gums are infected. It will stop hurting when your gums are no longer infected. I've been to the dentist the first time this year in literally 10 years. Better late than never. It's just another step in caring for yourself. Exactly. You know, part of overcoming depression is reminding yourself that you care about yourself. That means taking showers. It means brushing your teeth. It means cleaning your room. It means getting your teeth cleaned at the dentist. What can I do to stop overthinking? How do I convince my brain that not every little detail needs to be analyzed to the max? Sometimes I just cough and zone out for 15 minutes debating whether it's a cold or lung cancer and end up not even being sick. Alright. Does it make sense that you don't think your way out of overthinking? Does that make sense? Why that wouldn't be the case? Like, if your kitchen's on fire, you don't put it out by starting a fire in your bathroom. When it comes to not overthinking, what I would recommend is to focus on regulating your nervous system. You can turn your awareness to your breathing. You can focus on taking deep, slow breaths in through your nose and out through your mouth. You can also get up, you can walk around, you can take a stretch. Our brains are funny, if you ask me. I think brains are pretty funny. What you've probably noticed is that if you try to make yourself not think something, it just makes you think that thing anyway, or it makes you think it even more. I'll give you an example. Chat, whatever you do, for the next minute, I need you to not think about pizza, okay? For the next 60 seconds, I need you to not think about pizza. And so what happens when I tell you to not think about pizza? What do you notice happens when you try not to think something? What happens whenever you try to not think something? Whenever you try to not think something, you end up thinking it anyway. Because as far as your brain is concerned, the fact that you're trying not to think about it means that it must be important. Ooh, what's behind that door? There's a door there, it's closed. It says no access. Ooh, what's behind it? I need to figure that out. So telling your brain, no, don't think about that, it doesn't help you to actually not think about it. When it comes to redirecting our focus, redirecting our thinking, there are a few different things we can do. We can turn our awareness towards our body. That's a really helpful way to do it, because what you'll notice is that when you're focused on your breathing, it becomes harder to focus on anything else. And the more you focus on your breathing, the more you're able to detach from all of your other thoughts. So we can either redirect our thinking, we can find something else to think about, we can distract ourselves with something, we can focus on our bodily sensations, we can regulate our breathing, we can get a good stretch. Just don't try to make yourself not think. Don't try to force yourself to not think anything. And that's kind of what we're doing when we're overthinking, because we're trying to find answers, we're trying to find a solution, we're trying to figure out what it is that I need to think so that I can stop thinking about this thing. And what we end up doing is overthinking, because you can't think your way out of thinking. But you can feel your way out of thinking. You can breathe your way out of thinking. You can go for a walk out of thinking. But is not thinking just meditation/sleep? What if I told you that you were always thinking? You just aren't always paying attention to it? Your brain is always active. Your brain is always online. There's always something going on up there. Even when you're asleep, there's still something going on up there. Now, would we define that as thinking? You might think of thinking as like a concrete thought, like I like ice cream. Beaver is a cute cat. Those are thinking. That's thinking. It's a complete thought. It's a structure. It's something I can hold on to. There are aspects to thinking that are not tied to words. There are all sorts of processes that go on in your brain that have nothing to do with your awareness. And I think we often think of thinking as, what is it that I'm currently paying attention to? What is it that is currently in my focus? That is what I am thinking about. Whatever's right in front of me. I guess it just matters how you define thinking. I kind of look at thinking as whenever you are taking an active role in whatever it is that's going on in your brain. Because there are times where we just go on autopilot, we're not really paying attention, we're just kind of going through the motions. not really doing much thinking, I'm just kind of here. I kind of look at thinking as awareness. I think of it as investment. Anyway, the major reason why we overthink is because it gives our anxiety something to do. Anxiety loves to overthink because anxiety is what protects you from future harm. It's trying to figure out what could hurt me, what could wait around every corner. It focuses on every tiny little detail, wants to make everything perfect, because it's trying to predict what is going to happen in the future. So how do we convince our brain that not every little detail needs to be analyzed to the max? Well, it's important to recognize that when we do that, we actually perform at a lower level than if we were just okay with things being imperfect. The final boss of anxiety is overthinking. No, the final boss of anxiety is a panic attack. You're close. You were close. Because the final boss of anxiety is when it just overwhelms you and you just kind of shut down and freeze in place and you're worried that your heart's going to blow up. I've been facing that final boss at Walmart for years. Just wait until you finally do it and it's even easier than you'd thought it'd be. Because here's the thing about facing your anxiety. Your anxiety always assumes the worst. We suffer more in imagination than we do in reality. What you've probably noticed is that in every instance in which you've been able to stand up and face your fear, it was not as bad as you thought it was going to be. And so, in your journey for self-improvement, you've been doing all of this hard work, you've been gaining experience, you've been leveling up. You're going to show up at the boss battle, and you're going to be over-leveled. Because you've been doing all these side quests. Time I had to be in the hospital on psychedelics, and man, that took a lot of mental power to not freak out. See, you gotta give yourself some credit. The hospital would not be a fun place to be on psychedelics. Unless you were able to be like, wow, isn't it so great that human beings care for each other and there's a whole, medical institution that exists of people trying to help others, and, like maybe that's where your psychedelic experience would take you. My brother is now my roommate, who's a complete asshole. I don't want to go into what he does, but the point is I don't want him to stay with me, but at the same time he's my brother and I don't want to kick him out. Am I just stuck? No. You aren't. I'll be sad if he stays, I'll be sad if he doesn't. The fuck am I supposed to do? Okay, so you're gonna be sad either way. It's good that you recognize that. You're gonna be sad either way. Whether he stays or goes, I'm gonna be sad either way. So which one's more manageable? Would I rather be sad and have to deal with his bullshit every day? Or would I rather be sad and have my room to myself? I don't know about you, but I think I'm going for number 2. I can deal with the sadness as long as I have this space in which to find my peace of mind, and, you know, I can deal with that. Here's something important to remember. We don't want to enable assholes. We don't want to enable assholes. And so if you don't tell your brother no, if you don't set boundaries, if you don't stand up for yourself, and you continue to allow him to just be an asshole, then you are enabling his asshole behavior. And so if you want to give him any chance of getting better and letting go of his asshole ways, you have to let him know that being an asshole has consequences. It's not a fun position to be in. It's not fun to have to set boundaries and enact consequences with people. But it's an important part of helping people to grow. So, do what's best for you. Just because he's your brother does not give him permission to treat you poorly. We don't need to allow people to hide behind the label of family as an excuse to mistreat us. Just because somebody's related to you does not give them permission to mistreat you. Anyway, try talking to your brother, see if there's any way you can work it out. Maybe just calling him out on his asshole behavior will encourage him to change and do better. You know, you could give him a chance. You could give him a chance. You could give him a shot if he really wants to try harder and do better. But it's important that you know how to set good boundaries with people. A lot of my family does not understand this concept, and it's sad, and I have found I end up disliking both parties, the enabler and the asshole. Yeah, a lot of people have a hard time saying no to their family, even when their family is being unreasonable. You know, saying yes and enabling somebody just because they're family doesn't necessarily do anything to help them. You know, I've known people who have done this, just like very intense situations of enablement. I've seen parents who have had adult children with like active amphetamine addictions, you know, just like using meth at home, stealing money from them, you know, and they're just like, well, what can you do? It's family. I can't kick them out. It's family. All right. Like, if that's family, then that doesn't feel like family to me. What I've always said is that family is a feeling, and you might not get it from the people that you're related to, but you'll know it when you feel it. How do I stop gooning? recognize first and foremost that you are messing up your brain chemistry by going down the path of the gooner. What you need is healthy engagement. You need to go outside, you need to interact with people, you need to live life. If you're just relying on like masturbation or sexual gratification as a way of feeling satisfaction in life, then you are going to fry your brain in the same way that a drug addict would fry their brain. Things stop feeling good. You're just doing it to feel normal. Because what you've probably noticed is that it doesn't quite hit like it used to. And you're always searching for new ways to make it more fun and more exciting or more enjoyable. Who put that demon dog back in here? Okay, this is a cautionary tale for the gooners out there. This is where a life of gooning will get you. You'll wind up like Gino. Gino, if you are unfamiliar with Gino, he was on 90 Day Fiancé, and he was married to a woman named Jasmine. Now, Gino was unable to perform sexually because he was addicted to pornography and masturbation. And so this is where gooning gets you. This is where gooning gets you. You will wind up like Gino. He was so addicted to gooning that he couldn't even perform sexually with his wife. Now, could you imagine? She was literally begging him. Because she was feeling rejected and unattractive, and she was naturally very frustrated. And he couldn't do it. He would take Viagra just to jerk it. Now, I bring up Gino very specifically as an example because this is advanced goonery. Like, Gino is one of the biggest gooners I've ever seen. And he's like, it's like showing a meth addict the faces of meth. It's like, this could be you. So don't end up like Gino. He got so addicted to gooning that he started needing performance-enhancing substances just to goon. So don't be a Gino. We need to build goonery recovery monasteries deep in the Montana wilderness to send him to. You see, that's what people would do back in the day to break themselves free of gooning, is they would become a monk and they would go live in a monastery and they would just practice, you know, a vow of celibacy. They just go around, they're just like, Homine Domino Sanctus. Anyway, I think personally it would be helpful to just think about Gino. Every time you think about gooning, just think about Gino. Every time you think about gooning, just think about Gino. Every time you think about doing the dance with the devil, every time you think about shaking hands with the milkman, just think about Gino. Or sit on your hands. Just sit on them. Just go for a walk. Go for a run. It's understandable why people would get addicted to it, because it's biologically wired to be rewarding for you to do it. Because it feels like, oh, I'm doing the thing. I'm doing the thing. I'm fulfilling my purpose. There's a biological imperative. Gotta get out there. Gotta make more of me. What's the meaning of life? The closest I've been able to come with this question is that it's up to you to figure that out. You are the becoming of that meaning. So, what's the meaning of life? That's up to you to find out. What's the meaning of your life? What are you here to do? What type? It doesn't have to be anything grand. It doesn't have to be anything world-shattering. Maybe it's just something simple. To love and be loved. To try hard in the face of adversity. I gotta take my rat out, BRB. Rubens has a rat? This is the first time hearing of it. Meaning of life, eat good food, have good friends, love and be loved. Try to have a good time. Don't overthink it. See, the answer to the meaning of life varies depending on who you ask. I've got my answer. Beaver, his answer? Eat chicken, take nap. Bury poop in sand. Look at the size of him. His winter coat's coming in. He's getting so fluffy. Oh my goodness. Beaver, did you miss me while I was in California? You did. You did, didn't you? Mm-hmm. That's my boy. That's the big orange boy. You know, I kind of lean into a belief that we are the universe experiencing itself. And I feel like I lend that towards my definition of what the meaning of life is. You know, if I am the universe experiencing itself, what do I want it to experience? What do I want life to be all about? Making the best of what you got wherever you're at. Are our emotions universal? Like, would another person's feelings be exactly the same as my perception of that feeling? They would be close. They would potentially even be very close. They could potentially be so close that you might not even be able to tell any difference at all. But it's kind of like picking a color. Like, I'm going to tell you, like, hey, pick a shade of dark blue. Pick a shade of dark blue that represents the feeling of sadness. Or pick a lighter color that represents the feeling of happiness. Like, you would have a certain color in mind. You would have a certain tone in mind that you would go with. Somebody else might pick something a little different. It might be close, but it's going to be a little bit unique because it's theirs. And so, if you want to think about the universality of emotions, look at babies, look at children, because they will have emotional expressions that are universal. You know, they'll cry, they'll laugh, they'll smile, they'll do things that are universal. And they don't have much definition that's being applied to those emotions because they're babies. Whereas you and I, the older we get, the more definition we apply to our emotion. Happiness is when blank. Happiness is when the bills are paid, the stomach's full, the bank account's looking good, the house is clean, everybody's, the older we get, the more terms and conditions we apply to our emotions. And so that can vary depending on the person that you're talking to. Some people might be very happy with very little. Other people might only be happy if very specific conditions are met. Now, how the feeling is actually expressed is pretty comparable. But there's always going to be minor little differences. Little different ingredients that are added in there. Because you have to take into consideration a person's experiences, a person's associations that they've formed in their mind, Is depression having very challenging conditions for happiness or no conditions? I think of depression as a stillness. I think of depression as just a flattening out. When you're depressed, what you might notice is that your range of emotions kind of shifts downwards. And so what used to be your happiest possible emotions is now down here because you're depressed. And so your idea of what happiness is limited by the depression. It makes it hard to even imagine what it might feel like to actually be as happy as you could be, because there's a ceiling that's been set by the depression. Anyway, questioner, if you're interested in learning more about the universality of emotional expression, that would be a pretty interesting rabbit hole to go down to. You know, like, there are certain things that we will do without having to learn how to do them, like smiling and laughing and that type of stuff. So that might be a fun little rabbit hole to explore. Beavis, get your feet off the keyboard, Beaver. Oh, he's stretching. Oh, he's stretching and he's grabbing. I don't like how I look right now, and it's affecting my mood. Beaver, what did you do? Beaver opened up a new tab. He's flopping around on my keyboard. We're more similar than we seem, and the differences are most difficult to understand. Start with the similarities. Well said. Well said. I don't like how I look right now, and it's affecting my mood. Well, first off, you look fine. You look great. Second off, if how you look is going to affect your mood, what's the solution? Because the options are either try to focus on something else or make myself look in such a way that I'm okay with. How to believe it when someone says you're pretty or whatever? I can introduce you to my ultimate technique. Choosing to take everything as a compliment. How to believe. Just accept it, Lamau. Oh my god, I knew y'all would say that. Well, okay, there's more to it than that, but ultimately that is what you do. Because if you're the one rejecting it, then you're the one that has to learn to accept it. And so how do we make that happen? Are we waiting for the perfect compliment? Are we waiting for somebody to give us a compliment that we just cannot refuse? Or do we want to change our perspective on compliments in general? Like, maybe that person is trying to make you feel good with their words. Do you want to let them do that? If I accept this person's compliment, then I'm doing them a favor because they're trying to do something nice. And so if anything, I could feel good about doing a nice thing and not refusing this compliment. Next time someone offers you a compliment, just say, "Shut up, baby, I know it." But no, realistically, just say thank you. Just say thank you. Beaver, I'm trying to offer you a compliment. Your hair looks great today, Beaver. Beaver, you're gonna have to accept that compliment. Shut up. What you'll find when you start practicing accepting compliments by just saying, "Oh, thank you, that was very nice of you to say." What you'll notice is that the number of occasions where somebody offers you a compliment in a disingenuous way, like they're not saying it because they mean it, they're saying it because they're trying to get something out of you or something, it's like, you'll be able to tell the difference. What I found to be helpful as a person who would give compliments is I would start, I would let people know, hey, you better accept this compliment or I'm going to be so pissed. I'm going to be so fucking pissed if you don't accept this compliment. So you better accept it. You better believe that I think you're a good person. You better believe that I like you. You stupid fucking idiot. Or I'm gonna be so pissed. Accept my compliment or else. Or face my wrath. Beaver, what do you think of my hat? What do you think of my hat, Beaver? Oh, you don't care? You don't care? You don't care at all? Are you just gonna go back to licking yourself? You are, aren't you? Beaver, what do you think of my hat? He's unbothered. Unbothered. Oh, you didn't take my compliment? Here's more compliments for you. You know, one of these days you're gonna have to accept that people like you. One of these days you're gonna have to accept that you're not as bad as you think you are. And that people do like you. So I hate to break it to you, but you're actually pretty great. I know, this might come as a shock to some of you, but I just want to let you know it's okay to go a little bit easier on yourself. Or you could think about it this way. There are plenty of diabolical pieces of shit out there that have no problem accepting compliments. And so if they can do it, why can't you? You're not that bad. By all measures of things, you're actually a pretty good person. And so if the most despicable people on the planet get to take compliments, why don't you get to take compliments? Do you love yourself? Oh yeah, it's non-negotiable. It's non-negotiable. One thing I want to mention, this is a reiteration of something we've talked about before, the difference between liking yourself and loving yourself. Normally when we think about loving someone, we think about that as being the end point of liking someone. You like them up to the point where you start to love them, and now that it is a different level. It's love is what exists beyond like. But when it comes to ourselves, what I've found is that it works a little bit differently. If you're waiting until you like yourself enough to start loving yourself, I feel like you're doing it backwards. I feel like self-love should come before self-like. I feel like self-love should be unconditional. And if there are things that you don't like about yourself, you should love yourself enough to do something about it. You are, to our knowledge, one of the few conscious beings in the known universe. And here we are, floating around a sun, living on a ball of mud, and we get anxious about talking to people. And we feel like we're undeserving of our own love. Don't lose sight of just how special it is that you exist at all. The fact that we're able to have this conversation from however many miles apart through the magic of internet tubes. That's pretty special. There's a lot to love out there, so don't run from it. You gotta let it in. What is this Uno reverse shit? Well, you know, it's the best card to use in therapy. Uno reverse card. But either way, I feel like one day you'll wake up and feel like, you know what, I'm being a little bit silly about this whole thing. Maybe I'm taking myself too seriously. Maybe it's time that I am just a little bit kinder to myself. And that's when things will get really good. Despicable? I know, it's despicable what I do. I try to make people feel better about themselves and enjoy their life more, and, you know, how dare I? It's very auspicious of me to do. How dare I? Because it's fun. That's why. It's fun. I'm gonna make you like yourself or die trying. So please, for all our sake, don't wait until I'm dead. Alrighty, everybody. I think that's gonna be it for me today. I've been a little jet lagged. I'm just feeling kind of tired and I'm ready for some rest. So you have to actively embrace positive self-advocacy. It's true. Somebody's got to fight for you. And who better than you? What I always say is, it's your life. Fight for it. Have a great night, everybody. Stay safe out there. I'll see you all tomorrow. Goodbye. Say goodbye, Beaver.